Roger, 0G, and I feel fine. Capsule is turning around. Oh, that view is tremendous.
Good morning, guys. Wake up! And good luck on this, your last mission. Well done.
Good morning, Houston, and thank you for that message. People all around the world love Paul McCartney's music, and boy, he can rest assured that people all above the earth love his music too. So thank you for saying that. We really appreciate him taking time out of his busy schedule to send us a message. So good morning to all you too, Houston.
Экипаж МКС ЦУП Москвы в канале СГ-2 для Александра.
Тут Москва, МКС СГ-2.
Александр, это по поводу стимула. Значит, вопрос достаточно серьезный, оказывается. Пока сказали оставить как есть.
Пускай разряжается?
Да. То есть будут решать, наши переговоры послушают, после этого дадут окончательное решение чуть попозже.
Хорошо, вот сейчас на данный момент я ее после еще раз выключил и по новой еще раз включил. Значит, но ситуация не изменилась. Горит 2 желтые лампы на разряд и 1 красная слева БД.
Хорошо.
Вот на данный момент горит 2 желтые на разряд и 1 красная БД. Плохо. Прах.
Принято. Хорошо. Тогда еще по молнии гамма есть рекомендация. Компакт флеш объем 8 гигабайт. Должны быть ВСМ РО4 416 панель. Или 2-235.
Houston Station on 1 for Civis card.
Go ahead, Satoshi, on 1.
Hey, Dan, I inserted it to SSC8. Sorry for the inconvenience. There was a little bit of resistance for SSC12, so I tried SSC8 and it worked.
Okay, great. We'll look for it on SSC8. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 days, 20 hours, 4 minutes into the flight of Atlantis to the International Space Station. You're looking at activity in the Quest airlock where Rex Walheim, Atlantis' mission specialist, at the bottom of your screen. Mike Fossum's also there, just out of the field of view at the moment. They're in the process of testing several of the components of the U.S. spacesuits and resizing those spacesuits for future increment use by the space station crew members, the USOS crew members, or the U.S. Orbital Segment crew members as they are known. Some of those components will be brought back on Atlantis that were mission-specific to this flight of Atlantis and the one spacewalk conducted by Mike Fossum and Ron Garan out of the Quest airlock this past Tuesday. While that work continues in the Quest airlock, the transfer of cargo from the Raffaello multi-purpose logistics module is continuing under the direction of Sandy Magnus, the load master for this mission, as almost 5 tons of equipment are still being moved from Raffaello into the space station, and equipment no longer needed on the orbital outpost moved back into Raffaello for the trip back to Earth. Coming up in about 28 minutes on NASA television, the next series of interviews for today with our media clients, Reuters News Agency, KYW Radio in Philadelphia, and WPVI TV in Philadelphia. Will be talking to the 4 Atlantis astronauts, Commander Chris Ferguson, pilot Doug Hurley, Magnus, and Walheim.
airlock Houston on the big loop.
Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, guys, I think that we've got just a bit of a miss. In EMU 3009, we think the Reba battery is still installed. We're going to ask you to remove that Reba battery and stow it with the other Reba batteries in the MO2 bag.
Yeah, we were thinking about that earlier, so thanks. So we'll just get rid of the Reba battery in 3009 and stow it, and then the suit that comes home will not have a Reba battery in it. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Экипаж МКС ЦУПа Москвы в канале СГ-2 для Александра.
This is Moscow on Space to Ground 2 for Alexander regarding STIML.
Москва МКС СГ-2.
Moscow SS on Space to Ground 2.
По поводу стимула, действительно,
For STIML, the
посмотрели.
specialists reviewed everything, and it seems that this is just a nominal state of charging. Okay, understood. So I'll just keep it like that.
16:00.
Right. So tomorrow at 1600, you will need to verify that all of the LEDs are green, which will mean that the charging is completed.
Оставляем как есть, можно даже.
Yeah, but right now it's discharging. Yes, I understand. So you'll keep it as is, and it will just do its own thing, and then tomorrow at 1600, you will need to verify that all LEDs are green. Okay, understood. This is this we can put to bed. And for Molnia Gamma, Sergey, that's the second question we discussed regarding the zipped file. So if I find the flash card that you recommended for me to look for, and I will put the data on that flashcard. Then what?
Слышал, да, где они размещены?
Well, if you save the data onto the flashcard, and I don't know if you copied the panel numbers that would like you to look behind for those flashcards.
Один.
Okay, can you give it to me again? Okay, so SM1_4_416. Serial numbers from 43 to 45. Any of those can be used.
Это на панели 416.
Okay, this is on panel 416, but there are a bunch of bags attached to panel 416. Which one do I look for?
Вот подсказывают, что там должна быть сумочка прям.
I'm being told that there is a bag labeled compact flash. Okay, compact flash.
Хорошо, следующий вопрос.
Okay, next question. So I'm going to save all of the data onto the flashcard. 7 megs, I think, or maybe close to 6,900. So can I put this on OCA? Are we able to download such big files on OCA, and can they be downlinked? The files of that size, I mean. Stand by one, please. Let me double check on that. And in the meantime, if you could write down another alternative location for the flashcards. Go ahead. SM1RO_2_235. On panel 235, there is a flashcard number 52, and they'd like you to use the 8 gigabyte flashcards. Because there are also 16 gigabyte cards, but those may have problems. Okay, but you're still not answering my question. What do I do with the data once it's on flashcard? Do I return it? Do I download it on the CA for downlink? What? We're still thinking about that one, so it's being discussed as we speak, Sasha. And if I don't have the answer before your midday meal, I will try to get a hold of you during your meal to let you know. Okay, that's fine. ISS Moscow on Space Shuttle 2 for Alexander.
Экипаж МКС, ЦУПу Москвы в канале СГ-2 для Александра.
Space to ground 2 for Alexander. MKS, Space to ground 2, go ahead.
Да, Александр, это по поводу молнии гамма.
Alexander, regarding Molnia Gamma, we try to give you the answer as soon as
Если
possible.
это много-много файлов,
If it's a bunch of files, then yes, you're going to put them on OCA.
всей папкой, с отдельными файлами.
So basically, if you save the whole folder on OCA with a bunch of files in the folder, then they should be able to go through.
Как принял?
Alexander, how copy?
Сергей, пропадание связи было. Я тебя...
Sergey, you dropped out, so I didn't copy.
Хорошо. Там папка
Okay, so
с большим количеством файлов получается, да?
when you get the folder, is it a folder containing a bunch of smaller files? I'm sorry, what folder? What?
Пылесос работает, я занимаюсь.
It's just that I'm vacuuming right now, so I can't hear you very well.
Результаты получились как папка с большим...
Yeah, when you got the results, was it in a folder with a bunch of files in it, or is it just one big file?
Результаты по чем? По молнии гамма?
Results for what? Molnia Gamma?
Молнии гамма.
Yeah, that's the one.
Значит, одна папка.
It's a folder which I was told to create, and it's called tzip. Inside the folder, I think there are like 6 subfolders with names I can't figure out. And then within each of those subfolders, there were some files which were archived. And then as a result, I got one big folder after all of the data was processed, inside which there are like 53 or more files. But in total, there are almost 7 gigabytes, which I don't think can be downlinked through OCA. Well, I was told that the specialists believe that if you put them as a folder containing a bunch of smaller files, then they will be able to downlink them later. Okay, no problem. I will put those on OCA.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 days, 20 hours, 30 minutes into Atlantis' flight to the International Space Station. You've been watching Sandy Magnus continuing to work cargo transfer operations in the Raffaello multi-purpose logistics module. She has now made her way to join her Atlantis crewmates, Chris Ferguson, Doug Hurley, and Rex Walheim in the Japanese Kibo module as we prepare for the next round of media interviews with Atlantis' crew. Those are coming up about 4 minutes from now with Reuters news agency, KYW Radio in Philadelphia, and WPVI TV in Philadelphia.
And Chunky, can we get one more 5 count, please? Thanks, Chunky. That was good. Okay, guys, we are going to be ready to go on time at 12:04 GMT. Atlantis ISS, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
We're ready.
WPVI TV, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Atlantis ISS for a voice check.
Atlantis ISS, this is WPVI in Philadelphia. How do you hear me?
Hey, we have you loud and clear on the International Space Station.
Commander Chris Ferguson, we recognize you very well. You are a Philadelphia native. You have so many friends, family, and fans here in our region. Anything you'd like to say?
I'd like to give a big shout out to my friends at Drexel University, Archbishop Bryan High School, and of course the street I grew up on, Amity Road. Hello, Northeast Philadelphia.
Commander, this is your third space flight. This is your second space flight as commander, second on Atlantis. Does it ever get old?
Well, I'll tell you, the moment the hatches open after we dock with the International Space Station and you're allowed to come in and roam around, it's just like being home again. It's a wonderful place. It's a magical place up here. And no, I'll tell you, spaceflight never gets old. It's a great feeling.
Commander, we know that you're a big Phillies fan, and we understand that one of the earlier flights you took up a Chase Utley jersey with you. Did you take any Philadelphia memorabilia with you this time?
As a matter of fact, I did. And we have stowed away in the mid another jersey. I'll leave that name to be determined. But I hope to see the Phils in the World Series, and that'd be a great time to return it back to them.
Copy that, Commander. Now you have your crew with you, and we see the experience of zero gravity, obviously. To the crew, do you ever get sick of the Commander talking about the Phillies in Philadelphia all the time?
Yeah, as a San Francisco Giants fan, I do get a little tired, but we'll let him have his way here. He's the Commander after all.
That is one dig into a Phillies fan. Oh, boy. Back to the Commander, if I could. This shuttle program is ending. And as you know, NASA and Congress never went ahead to replace the shuttle with another space vehicle. Generally, how do you feel about the fact that this is coming to an end and there's nothing to replace the shuttle program?
Well, first, my comment on the fact that the shuttle program is coming to an end. I'll tell you, it's from the heart of a pilot who just loves flying airplanes and basically anything that has wings. It's going to be sad to retire the shuttle. That said, it's had a very long and storied career. It's been with us since 1981. It's done tremendous things, not the least of which is build this fantastic complex that we're able to float around in and that humans have been living in nonstop for over 10 years now. Now, that said, we're going to have a gap. We're going to have a time where we cannot launch, American astronauts or any astronauts from U.S. soil, but that will come to an end 5, perhaps 6 years, hopefully, before some commercial companies that are working on that will give us that capability back again. So, it'll be slow for a little bit, but there's still plenty for us to do at NASA.
You will command Atlantis to its scheduled landing on Thursday, July 21st. Will you have profound remarks once the shuttle reaches the runway?
I think I'm obligated to have profound remarks. Originally, our landing was scheduled on July 20th, which, if my history serves correctly, is a milestone year for landings. That's the day, of course, that Neil Armstrong landed and Buzz Aldrin landed on the moon back in 1969. So if we had landed on July 20th, I think it would have been a little bit easier. But we'll work on something profound, and we promise we'll have some good words to reflect upon to remember the Space Shuttle program by.
You will have done it 3 times once you do land. What is worse, going up or coming down?
Well, I think coming down, if you had to qualify it, because we know we're leaving. Going up it's sure a kick in the pants. And every time I've experienced, and I think if I can speak on behalf of my crew, every time we launch in a shuttle, there's something new. For example, this time, I just remember it being an incredibly violent liftoff from the pad. I mean, I remember I could not read the displays. I could not even read a light that was in front of me. If I had to qualify it, I'd say coming home is the sad part, going up is the exciting part.
A few moments left. A quick answer, if we could. We know that you're a drummer in an astronaut rock band, which makes you the coolest astronaut ever. Do you practice your rudiments in the shuttle?
Well, I think that my crewmates might argue that I'm the coolest astronaut ever, but no, I don't practice my rudiments. We have a great time with the band Max Q on the ground. We love playing for a lot of folks who support the space program, and we hope to get back together. I think we're going to have a little more time on our hands after this mission.
Commander and crew, have a safe flight and a safe return to the United States. Thank you so much for talking to us here in Philadelphia.
Thanks, Billy.
Atlantis ISS, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the WPVI-TV portion of the event. Please stand by for a voice check from KYW Radio.
With the duck boat killing 2 Hungarian students.
We have you loud and clear aboard the International Space Station.
Have his Coast Guard
Copy that. Stand by.
revoked. Mike DiNardo, KYW News Radio.
KYW News Time, 8:10. This is day number 8 of the last Space Shuttle mission. Shuttle Atlantis, with its 4 astronauts, blasted off from Kennedy in Florida a week ago. They're scheduled to return to Earth next Wednesday. Right now, Atlantis is docked at the International Space Station, about 200 miles up over the Pacific right now. Atlantis ISS, this is KYW News Radio in Philadelphia. Do you hear us?
Hello, KYW News Radio. You're aboard the Space Shuttle, or Space Station, and docked to the Space Shuttle about over the Pacific Ocean.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. This is Carol McKenzie here at KYW News Radio. Captain Ferguson, native son of Philadelphia. Captain, you've been having some significant computer problems. How are things looking right now?
Well, if you're referring to our computer problems, first, the good news is we have 5 of them, and each and every one can fly the space shuttle just fine. It's true we've had a couple of them have given us a little bit of a hiccup last night. One of them woke us up, and we had to work on that one a little bit. But we've got them all up and running right now, and we're confident that we're going to have all 5 for re-entry coming up here in a week or so.
Captain Ferguson, Harry Donahue here, and thanks for joining us, you and your crew. I'm not sure if we have everybody else online, but I know this is your 3rd shuttle flight. What's different about this one compared to the other 2?
Well, that's a good question, Harry. I think probably the biggest difference is we have a smaller crew. Shuttle missions typically go with a crew of 6 or 7. And by the way, we do have the rest of the crew with us today if you have any questions for them. This crew is just 4. So there's no less work to do. It's just that we're doing it all with 4 people. So we're going to contact the astronauts pilots union and see what we can have done about this. But we're working really hard up here, and we're getting everything done.
All right, Captain. Rex Walheim, Sandy Magnus, also part of that crew, and understand they're with us online. Maybe whoever wants to answer this question, I know you guys have 2 iPhone smartphones up there with you. I'm wondering, reception better than it is on Earth, or how is it up in space?
Actually, the reason we brought the iPhones with us, believe it or not, is to use them as horizon sensors and not as phones per se. So it's sort of in the nature of an experiment. Although hopefully, at some point we could potentially use them for iPhones. But for right now, they're just going to be some sensors for us.
I was just wondering what kind of apps you had up there, if there were any special Shuttle Atlantis apps.
No, we don't have any at the moment, but you never know. We have some pretty clever people that fly up here from time to time. We'll have to see what they come up with.
I'm sure they'll come up with something soon. There's an app every second. Why not a Space Shuttle app? Commander, I want to ask you a little bit about your Philly connection. We know that on previous flights you've taken along a Chase Utley jersey. What did you take along this time? Anything, starting with T?
Yes, I did bring something up starting with a P, and it is for a key player on the Phils, and we hope to be able to take a trip up there and return it to him at the World Series coming up here in just a few months. So, and if that doesn't happen, we'll surely get it back to him at some home game in the not too far distant future. I'll reserve that mystery player until we manage to get it back to you.
Oh, come on, Commander.
Chris, we know you're from Philadelphia, the Northeast, St. Martha's Elementary School and Archbishop Ryan High School up there on Academy Road. I was wondering, were you a listener when we used to close schools in Philadelphia back in the day?
Every morning, my alarm would go off and KYW News Radio would come on, and I would listen for the school closing. So I've been with you for about 50 years now, and I still listen when I come back to the Philadelphia area. And I can't help it. My mother-in-law always has KYW on.
Well, we appreciate listeners, whether they're in the Northeast or in outer space like you are this morning. To the crew of Atlantis, from us, thanks very much. Congratulations. And, well, we understand we still have another minute or two. Carol?
Okay, so, Chris, we understand that you play with a rock and roll band called Max Q. So, since you're such a fan of KYW News Radio, can you sing us the jingle?
There are only a few drummers who can sing well in this world, and I am not one of them.
Well, maybe you can give a hint to somebody else on your crew up there and help them out with the old KYW jingle.
KYW News Radio 1060.
That was awesome.
That's not bad for a drummer or even a singer. We really appreciate that.
Question for you, Sandy. This shuttle brings the shuttle flight brings the shuttle program to an end. 30 years. A lot of young people have been inspired by the shuttle program. So now that I guess what's going forward? What will be the inspiration for young men and women who have an interest in this type of work?
Well, first I'd like to point them all to the International Space Station. You know, we've had people living here for about, a little over 10 years now, and we're doing all kinds of science and interesting technology development up here, and you get to stay here for 6 months when you live here, and it's a completely different experience than a shuttle mission. So that's certainly something any young person should aim to do, because it's a really, really interesting experience. I lived here for 4.5 months. And further on, we're going to be moving out of low Earth orbit now. You know, the shuttles are designed to work in low Earth orbit, and so we're going to be building vehicles that can go beyond that to the moon or Mars or an asteroid. So that's certainly on the horizons for the young people who are interested in this type of profession.
All right, and you have, this is day 8 with the shuttle Atlantis, and you are scheduled to return to Earth when? Next Wednesday? Is that correct, Chris?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be early Thursday morning if my math serves correctly. We work on a little bit of a different time clock up here, but I think it is early Thursday.
All right. Well, congratulations again. We wish you best for the remaining part of your mission, and thanks for everything you do for NASA and for the United States.
Thanks to the crew, and good luck, guys.
Thanks, KYW.
Atlantis ISS, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the KYW radio portion of the event. We will rejoin you after a brief comm drop.
Oh, 1060.
Well, first I'd like to point them all to the International Space Station. You know, we've had people living here for about, a little over 10 years now, and we're doing all kinds of science and interesting technology.
Atlantis ISS, this is Houston ACR. We are now back with you. Please stand by for a voice check from Reuters.
Atlantis ISS, this is Irene Klotz with Reuters. How do you hear me?
Hello, Irene. We have you loud and clear on the International Space Station.
Thanks very much. The first two questions I have are for you, Commander. When you got jarred awake last night for the computer shutdown, did it take you a few seconds to remember where you are, or does your sleep body stay with you while you, your space body stay with you while you sleep?
Irene, that's an excellent assessment. Just like on Earth, when you wake up or somebody wakes you up in the middle of the night, you open your eyes and you wonder where you are. But we had our gyros caged pretty quickly, and the great folks on the ground helped us solve the problem with our general-purpose computer last night.
Thanks. I understand you're going to be speaking with President Obama later today. If he asks you what you think he needs to do to keep the space program relevant in people's lives, what would you tell him and why?
Well, I think probably number one on the list would be the source of inspiration that doing amazing things up in space provides for young men and women. I became involved in the space program because I remember watching Neil Armstrong walk on the moon in 1969, and it was just through following the Apollo program and the Gemini program that I developed just a keen interest in science and math and flight. And it propelled me on a career that took me through naval aviation and then on to the space program. So if for no other reason, we need to inspire generations that will follow us to do wonderful things like this. And plus, we need to explore. We're explorers by nature. We need to leave low Earth orbit again and go back to the moon or an asteroid or Mars. We need to have a destination. It's in our destiny.
Thank you. For Sandy, can you paint us a little word picture of what the ISS looks like with all the stuff you've brought floating around there and the rooting around to find the old equipment to come back home?
Well, I'll try to paint a verbal picture, but I can sum it up in one word, which is crowded. Every module has these white bags, plaster, that we use to hold. Sorry about that, Irene. In a word, it's crowded up here. Almost every module has these white, we call them cargo transfer bags or CTBs. They're stuck with bungees to the front of panels. The PMM, which is the permanent stowage module that was brought up a couple flights ago, if you look in through the hatch, the PMM, all you will see are white bags stuck to walls because there's not enough space for some of the things that we brought up to go behind the racks or behind or inside the stowage areas. So it's sort of a sea of white bags floating around, and we're hoping to help straighten it up a little bit before we leave.
Thank you. For Rex, about a week and a half before you launched, the first module of China's space station reached the launch site. If they're able to get it into orbit and to staff it, don't you think it'd be kind of weird to ignore them in orbit?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I think in space is one of the biggest international brotherhoods they have. You know, here we are, a crew of different countries. We have, you know, American astronauts and Russian astronauts and Japanese astronauts. We all work together as one big team. We work together. We solve problems together. We laugh together. We eat together. It is the best example of international cooperation I know of, and it's at the working level, and I think that kind of works its way up to other parts of the country. So China being in space, I think, is a great thing. I think the more nations that get in space, the better cooperation we'll have with each other.
Thank you. For Doug, how comfortable are you that the ISS is going to be the human, U.S. human spaceflight program for the next decade or so?
Oh, completely. You know, we've got some great folks that work in the International Space Station program, and you know, there's been just extensive planning to get the station in this posture for the next decade. We've got several automated vehicles that can resupply. We've got commercial providers that are going to be coming online in a year or so to provide cargo as well, and eventually crew support taking us back and forth. So the ISS is in great hands. It's a great crew on board, and you know, the future couldn't look any brighter.
Thanks. Also for you, I was just wondering if you were surprised that you launched on the first try, considering the weather at KSC and then that last-minute glitch with the O2 vent arm.
Yeah, I had thought I had brought my 127 Karma along with me there for a few, when we walked out and, while we were strapping in, and we were getting updates while we were laying on our backs, and then we got the go, and then the next thing happened at 31 seconds. So I was thinking, oh no, but it just worked out so good. We couldn't be happier. It was great for our family, our friends, and all the guests, and then the I guess close to 1 million people that were watching us. So it's always great to launch on the first try, and I'm glad to finally be able to say I did that.
Thanks. And for any of you, have any of you guys run into a Robonaut? And if so, what's it doing? Thank you.
We have Robonaut is hiding because of all the company. We brought him in the sea of bags, but he'll probably come out to do some work after we're gone.
Thanks. That's all the time we have. Appreciate your time and safe landings.
Atlantis ISS, this is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes the event.
Thank you, WPVI TV, KYW Radio, and Reuters. Atlantis ISS, we are now resuming operational audio comms. Great job, guys.
Houston station on 2 for A-red display.
Good, Satoshi.
Okay, Rob, I am in step 7 of 28-0154. The new display powered up. I'm sorry, but I was pressing the wrong button because the indication which button is which was covered with gray tape, plus the right next to the step 3.8 is a picture. Press here. I was pressing that button. That's my bad. I'm sorry. And now the new display is powered on, and I see display saying select A-red startup application. Please wait. And further instruction would be great.
Okay, Satoshi, we copy all. We're talking about it.
Copy. And more information, on the display, checking network connectivity, please wait.
Okay, good information. And overall, that's great news that you got it come up, and we'll have some additional words here in a moment.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 days, 21 hours, 2 minutes into the flight of Atlantis to the International Space Station. With the crew now going back to work for the next hour, involved in cargo transfer and other maintenance activities on board, we'll point to our joint crew news conference. That's coming up at 8:24 a.m. Central Time, 9:24 Eastern Time. Reporters at NASA centers around the nation and Japanese reporters at their location in Tokyo under the supervision of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency will have an opportunity to ask all 10 crew members aboard the shuttle station complex a variety of questions about the progress of the mission and their thoughts on the waning days of the Space Shuttle program, with landing of Atlantis scheduled back at the Kennedy Space Center in the pre-dawn hours next Thursday. Here in Houston, the Spaceflight Meteorology Group has taken their first look at the long-range weather conditions for landing next Thursday morning, and they appear to be extremely favorable. Of course, it is 6 days out, and it is Florida we're talking about. But right now, it appears as if Florida next Thursday morning will be under the influence of a high-pressure system, and as a result, the long-range weather forecast, which is quite long at this point, would appear to provide favorable weather conditions for Atlantis to be able to come home on July 21st, just before 6 a.m. Eastern Time, just before 5 a.m. Central Time. Again, our joint crew news conference involving all 10 crew members on the shuttle station complex coming up within an hour at 8:24 a.m. Central Time, 9:24 Eastern Time. One other programming note of importance, the President of the United States will be calling the 10 crew members aboard Atlantis and the International Space Station later this morning at 11:29 a.m. Central Time, 12:29 p.m. Eastern Time. President Obama will place the call from the Oval Office of the White House to congratulate the two crews and to talk to Atlantis' astronauts about their thoughts as the Space Shuttle program heads into the home stretch of its 30-year existence. The presidential phone call from the Oval Office at the White House on tap at 11:29 a.m. Central Time, 12:29 p.m. Eastern Time today.
Station Houston, Space Ground 2 for Satoshi. And
go ahead on 2.
Satoshi, for the ARED stuff you're working, the windows that popped up were expected, so you are going to acknowledge and close the windows, and you can press on with step 4.
Copy closing and step 4 inwards.
In the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, Atlantis mission specialist Rex Walheim, seen there along with Mike Fossum, They've been spending most of the first half of their workday involved in the checkout of components of the U.S. spacesuits that are in the equipment lock section of Quest, resizing those spacesuits for future use by the increment crew members belonging to Expedition 28 and beyond. Some of those components to be brought home aboard Atlantis. One other programming note, our mission status briefing for today, which had originally been scheduled for this afternoon, was moved up in the overnight hours to 9:45 a.m. Central Time, 10:45 Eastern Time, and will be conducted by the lead Space Shuttle flight director for this final shuttle mission, Kwatsi Alabarujo, as he will discuss all of the activities during the overnight hours, including the reloading of software and the recovery of general purpose computer number 4, which unexpectedly shut down Thursday afternoon. Shortly after Atlantis' astronauts began their sleep period, that enunciated an alarm on board the orbiter that triggered a recovery operation to bring another general-purpose computer that had been in hibernation mode back into the set. This morning, a similar procedure was conducted on GPC-4, and it was recovered. It has been put in standby mode, so there are 2 of the 4 primary general-purpose computers in the active mode, 2 in standby mode, and of course the backup flight system computer stands alone on a different bus with a different load of software, truly as a backup to the other 4 primary computers. Over the next half hour or so, the crew members, if they choose to do so, will grab a bite to eat before they gather in the Japanese Kibo module for the joint crew news conference that's coming up about 45 minutes from now at 8:24 a.m. Central Time, 9:24 Eastern Time. This is Mission Control Houston. As we watch Rex Walheim and Mike Fossum move one of the U.S. spacesuits off of the sidewall of the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock. That suit is to be returned aboard Atlantis and would be one of the suits used by Rex Walheim and Sandy Magnus for a contingency spacewalk in the unlikely event they incurred a problem with Atlantis that would require an extravehicular activity after Atlantis' undocking from the International Space Station. Other suits brought up aboard Atlantis and temporarily stowed will be replaced in the equipment lock, as you can see there. Although there is not an EVA scheduled by U.S. astronauts for about a year out of the Quest airlock, this new spacesuit that has been resized particularly for Mike Fossum and Ron Garan will replace the one that was removed just a moment ago. Walheim and Fossum have spent most of the first half of their workday involved in the checkout of the spacesuit components and the resizing of these suits as they swap them out for future use aboard the International Space Station. While Walheim and Fossum continue their work in Quest in the Raffaello multipurpose logistics module, the cargo transfer continues. You see Sandy Magnus there, as she has been for the majority of this docked mission so far, surrounded by bags of equipment and supplies that are being transferred from Raffaello to the International Space Station. Almost 5 tons of equipment in the process of being transferred over to the space station to stockpile the complex for the next 12 months. In addition, the work has already begun to move items no longer needed on the space station over to Raffaello for the trip back to Earth, the goal being to cram as much equipment as possible into Raffaello to load it to about 90% of capacity for the trip back to Earth. In the wake of 2 sets of interviews by media clients with Atlantis' astronauts, we're about 35 minutes away from the start of our joint crew news conference involving all 10 crew members on the shuttle station complex. Atlantis' crew to join the Expedition 28 crew a short time from now in the Japanese Kibo module to field questions from U.S. reporters at NASA centers around the nation and from Japanese reporters in Tokyo. The joint crew news conference gets underway at 8:24 a.m. Central Time, 9:24 Eastern Time. In the meantime, Atlantis and the International Space Station are flying 247 miles above the Saudi Peninsula, moving from northwest to southeast in an orbit incline 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. Atlantis' systems in good shape, its general-purpose computers now up and running, 2 of them in standby mode, 2 of them involved in systems management as they govern all of the functions of Atlantis' hardware. This is Mission Control Houston as the Station Shuttle complex sails 246 miles over the southern Indian Ocean. We're about 16 minutes away from the start of our joint crew news conference. The news conference to take place in the Kibo Laboratory, the Japanese laboratory of the International Space Station, featuring all 10 crew members as they field questions from U.S. reporters at NASA centers and Japanese reporters. And a reminder, a little over 3 hours from now at 11:29 a.m. Central Time, 12:29 p.m. Eastern Time, the President of the United States will call the Atlantis and ISS crew members on board the complex from the Oval Office at the White House.
Houston station on 2 for A-red display.
Go ahead, Satoshi.
Hey, Rob, step 9 of 2HS0154 complete, and I'm holding for upcoming blue box time-critical events.
Okay, Satoshi, appreciate that. Sounds great. And also, if you're ready for an email sync, we need you to bring down your Outlook.
Okay, I just closed Outlook. Thanks very much for the heads up.
Bet.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about 3 minutes or so away from the start of our joint crew news conference. The 10 shuttle station crew members gathering now in the Japanese Kibo laboratory to field questions from reporters at NASA centers and reporters gathered in Tokyo for the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency.
Station Houston on 2, we're about a minute out. We'll take that voice check now, and you guys could all assemble in your positions, please. Okay, Ron, good audio check. Thanks for evaluating the scene now. Mike and Chunky, we need you guys to move a little bit to your left. Rex, we need you up just a little bit. Atlantis ISS, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
We're ready for the event.
JSC PAO, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Atlantis ISS for a voice check.
Atlantis ISS, this is Johnson Space Center PAO. How do you hear me?
Hello, Johnson Space Center. We have you loud and clear on the International Space Station.
Good Good morning. This is Eric Berger with Houston Chronicle. Congratulations on such a great mission so far. There's been a lot of talk about last during this flight, and I want to ask about a first. Specifically, do any of the crew members of Atlantis plan to stick around with NASA to fly in the MPCV, or is that something that is a bit too far in the future? Thank you.
Well, I think if you asked any one of us, we would love a shot at flying another vehicle. So definitely, you know, and we've got opportunities prior to that. You know, we've got multiple flights to the International Space Station. You know, we're going to crew this beautiful complex for the next 10 years plus. So there's plenty of opportunities to fly, and I don't see any reason why not stay and see what happens. It's a real bright future.
Good morning, Ted Oberg from Channel 13 here in Houston. Great to talk with you guys. I'm curious, what have you done in your downtime on this mission to make sure that you capture some of these last moments? What things have you made sure you saw out the windows or done with the shuttle? Tell us a little bit about how you've spent your downtime.
Well, for me, I had a chance to look out the cupola, which is a great window, and we can see the aurora australis, the southern lights. We all kind of crowded around and got to see that, and just savoring every minute of floating in space. And then once in a while, when you're on Atlantis, when at the end of the day, you kind of look around the middeck and think of all the guys and women who were there before you and who had a part in the space program, and you think, wow, this is the last flight. So it does cross your mind once in a while.
Good morning. This is John Donnelly with Fox 26 here in Houston also, and I'm passing along a question from one of our viewers. She wants to know, what will the astronauts be able to take from the last trip, and will you have a job when you get back on Earth?
Oh, absolutely. You know, Johnson Space Center, although we're reaching the end of the Space Shuttle program, is still a vibrant place to work. There'll be a transitional period here as we hand over a lot of the responsibilities for going to low Earth orbit to our commercial providers. But this is an opportunity for us to look beyond low Earth orbit and perhaps back to the moon or to an asteroid where we'd like to travel to soon. So there'll be plenty of work in the Houston area.
Good morning, Mark Carreau from Aviation Week, and my question's for Sandy. Could you describe for us the pace of the activities the past week and just what it will take to wrap up the restow before you undock? Thanks.
Well, Mark, the pace has been very, very busy. Just right when we hit orbit, doing post-insertion with 4 people was really challenging. We were working really hard right up to bedtime. We had a little bit on flight day 2, but since we docked to station, we've been working quite a bit. I think we're getting ahead now, so hopefully the rest of the pace of the mission will slow down a bit and we can actually savor the moment a little bit more than we've been able to until now.
Hi, morning. This is Denise Chow at space.com. My question's for Commander Chris Ferguson. Having the opportunity to fly in space and spend time on the ISS, you and your crewmates have a unique perspective of our planet. And for those of us on Earth, I was wondering what message you would have for why it's important to continue exploration, particularly manned exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, first of all, you really don't get a firm appreciation for just what a fantastic place it is until you've had an opportunity to look out of the cupola. Just over the last couple nights, we've had some incredibly dramatic passes that have that showed the southern lights, just a vibrant green color, and there was a tremendous picture taken last night with the silhouette of the International Space Station and the Space Shuttle in the background. And there is, I'll tell you, there's a little part of everybody who looks at something like that and says, I cannot believe we're here. This is absolutely fantastic. We absolutely must continue this. And we must go beyond, and we must go back to lunar orbit and perhaps to an asteroid. We need to continue pushing on. We need to press technology. And, you know, humans are destined to explore, and this is what we do, and we need to continue.
Gina Sinceri, ABC News for Mike Fossum. Mike, we thought we heard you trying to whistle before your spacewalk on Tuesday. Tell me a little bit about that and why you couldn't whistle. And then when you're done, I'd like you to whistle a tune for me.
I'll pass the second half of your question to my spacewalk buddy, Ron Guerin. Ron and I were both doing a little whistling in the airlock. It's just one of the strange phenomena where as the pressure is dropping in the airlock, our suit is just, you know, a little over 4 pounds of pressure. And once this air pressure inside the airlock goes down close or goes down to zero, then your overall pressure is down low. And I think it has to do with the air, the density of the air, but I really can't explain a lot about the probably the resonant frequency of the cavity of your mouth as you're blowing the air through it like that. And so it's kind of interesting. Nobody, I mean, we can all whistle, you know, in normal, and Ron will do the tune, but as it's one of the things that you can physically use to just take a look and appreciate the fact that that things are changing. You can feel the air that you're breathing in is different. It's a lower density, and you can tell that. We have a card, kind of a procedure card in the airlock, and you can wave that back and forth, and as you do, you can feel less resistance on it as the air pressure is dropping. The whistling is just something else to have a little fun with, where you try not to think about what's going on.
Okay. Now Ron's got a whistle.
This is Jill Tolk representing Bay Area Houston Magazine. A two-part question for Fergie and Ron. Since each of you has connections to Pennsylvania, what personal Earth obs of that state have each of you made during your respective flights? And Fergie, have you seen the east coast of Australia through the cupola yet?
Oh, gosh, Jill. First of all, how are you doing? You know, I wish we had enough time to look out the window. We did catch a little look at Philadelphia, the Philadelphia-New York, the Philadelphia-New York area. We passed over there, I think it was the evening of Flight Day 2, and we had a chance to look out. And have we passed off the east coast of Australia? Yes, absolutely we have, and I think that's one of the opportunities we have to take a look at the Southern Lights, but I really didn't have an opportunity to do a whole lot of coastal searching, if you will, to find out exactly where we were. And I'll turn it over to Ron.
Well, Sasha and Andre and I have been here 101 days today, but who's counting? And so we've had a lot of opportunities to look out the window, a lot of opportunities to see our unbelievably beautiful Earth. And yes, I've had the opportunity to see Pennsylvania. I've taken some pictures of one of my favorite places in the world, where I spent the happiest day of my life over 20 years ago, getting married in Scranton, Pennsylvania. So I've definitely have some great pictures of that area of Pennsylvania, that really beautiful area of Pennsylvania.
Hi, this is Robert Perlman with CollectSpace.com with a question for Rex. There's a tradition among shuttle crews to leave their mark, their mission patch, on various walls of the space station. Can you share where you and your crewmates plan to leave your emblem? And will you be adding any other commemorative mementos or emblems to signify this is the last space shuttle to visit the ISS?
Yes, they do have a place where we leave the patches and our stickers, and we're going to leave our patch probably in Node 1, and we should leave a sticker in the airlock, because we consider ourselves one big team here with the shuttle and the station, and we all executed the spacewalk. It was Mike and Ron, the great guys who went outside and did that spacewalk, but we all helped them, and so we'd like to put one of our mission stickers in the airlock. In regards to other things that we're leaving up here, I'll let Fergie, if you have any other additions?
Sure, we can talk about it. Yeah. Yes, we do have a special item we're going to leave behind in what hopefully is a very thought-provoking and emotional farewell ceremony that we have as the space shuttle prepares to leave the International Space Station for the final time. And I would just ask you to perhaps hold on until that moment, and you'll get a look at what we have in store.
Atlantis ISS, this is Houston ACR. That concludes questions from the Johnson Space Center. Please stand by for a voice check from Kennedy Space Center, PAO.
Atlantis ISS, this is Kennedy Space Center, PAO. How do you hear me?
Hello, Kennedy Space Center. We have you loud and clear.
Hello, Kennedy Space Center. We have you loud and clear. Hello, Kennedy Space Center. We have you loud and clear.
Magazine. I was wondering if you could highlight some of the scientific experiments that you're working on the International Space Station that you think will particularly inspire the public back here on Earth.
Well, that's an excellent question. You know, we've had a permanent human presence on the International Space Station for over a decade now, and over that time we've conducted over 600 scientific experiments. And you know, one of the things that we're trying to do is to see how humans can go further in exploration, go beyond Earth orbit, explore our solar system. But nearly all of the experiments that we conduct have a direct application on Earth, from growing crops better to making new materials, new medicines. We had some very significant research in the development of a vaccine for salmonella. Studying our Earth, learning how learning about the human impact on the environment, how the inner core of the Earth works, and possibly lead to better ways to predict earthquakes, better automobile safety, better energy efficiency, fuel efficiency. So the list goes on and on and on. It's just amazing, the research that's being conducted up here, and that's because this is a very, very unique environment. The research that's being conducted up here simply cannot be done anywhere else in the world, and so that's why this is such an important research facility, and this is really a global asset, the International Space Station.
Hi, Ken Kramer from Spaceflight Magazine and Rittenhouse Astronomical Society. My question is for Chris and your crew. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about the science that you've personally seen going on at the space station. Anything about the AMS? Can you see the AMS from the cupola at all, and any interaction with the robonaut? Thank you.
Absolutely. We had a great opportunity, Ken, to see it out the window. As a matter of fact, on the first EVA, the only EVA, Ron and went out there to put another payload and had an opportunity to take a loop around it, and we had a chance to watch them out the window. So it's out there, and we understand it's just doing fantastic science.
Stephen Young with spaceflightnow.com for Commander Ferguson. There's a public perception that your flight not only represents the end of the shuttle program, but the end of the U.S. manned space program. Do you have any fears at all that your crew might be the last astronauts to blast off from American soil?
Well, Stephen, I'll tell you, no doubt that this is it's a very dynamic time in human spaceflight as the space shuttle draws to a close without a real clear picture of how the next U.S. astronauts will get there. But rest assured that there are plans underway. We'll be slowly transitioning to commercial companies, and while it's a little personally disheartening to see the shuttle come, we understand that sometimes you need to stop working on what you're working on so you can afford to pay for the next generation of whatever it is. And in this case, it's the next generation of aircraft. As a matter of fact, I think it's a unique opportunity, just like the airlines did several years ago. It was largely government-funded research that made tremendous breakthroughs in aerospace, only to hand it over to commercial companies in the form of airlines. The government has made tremendous strides in getting to low Earth orbit, and we're going to hand that technology over to commercial providers, and perhaps one day we'll have space line companies.
This is Leo Enright for Irish Radio's Today with Pat Kenny program. A lot of Europeans have flown on the space shuttle, but sadly, no Irish. So a lot of our younger listeners will be worried now. Will they ever now have an opportunity to fly in space? Do you have any reassurance for them?
Well, actually, I'm a fair amount Irish, and I'm up here today, so we'll call that good enough for now. And I guarantee you, there'll be an Irishman on board a spacecraft in the not-too-distant future. So I don't think they have anything to worry about, and I think they should, if they're interested in spaceflight, to just continue to study hard, and you never know what would come next.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press, with another question for Commander Ferguson. Back in Houston, you described for me the overwhelming sensation that shuttle crews get when they pause at the base of the pad on launch day and look up at the ship. I'm wondering, can you tell me what that moment was like for you last Friday when you looked up at Atlantis, knowing that's the last shuttle launch?
Well, I'll tell you, Marcia, it is that is one trip that every shuttle crew has to make, and I think I speak for everyone who has ever flown on a space shuttle. To stand there poised at the bottom of a living, breathing vehicle, and it's literally raining off the side of the external tank because of the condensation that forms from the extremely cold cryogenic fuels. It's wheezing, it's hissing, it's moaning. You look up at it, and I remember my first commander looked at me and he said, "Do you believe they're going to let us take this thing into space?" And with every subsequent crew I've been on, I've tried to share that same reflection with my crew. It's incredibly awe-inspiring, and just like the pictures that you see the next day in the photograph, it's just incredibly surreal to stand there and look up at it and know that in a matter of hours it's going to be orbiting the Earth.
Good morning. Peter King with CBS News Radio. This is for Ron Garan. I've enjoyed following your tweets. I'm wondering, since you're staying behind, what's the best place on station to watch the undocking and fly around? And do you expect a food fight for the best view?
Well, we're going to do something a little different this time. Our fly around is going to be a little different, so I think we're going to have probably some good views in some of the modules in the Russian segment that have horizon-facing windows. So I think that'll be the best bet. And there's a few of those, so we'll take turns if there's a conflict.
Hi, it's James Dean from Florida Today. Another question for Ron. This is the last time, I guess, in a very long time, we'll see a crowd this big on the station. Although you'll continue to fly there for many years to come, will it seem a little bit smaller, a little less fun, perhaps, when you don't get these occasional visitors?
Well, I think it will seem a little bit smaller, actually, because all the tons of cargo that have arrived from Atlantis have filled this place up, so there's a lot less room for us humans. So, but that is really, really important because we are outfitting this station to function for the rest of the decade, and Atlantis has really set us on the pace for doing that. So, and we're going to miss these guys a lot. It's been really wonderful having them up here. It is nice to have visitors, and especially great visitors like these guys are. And it'll be sad when that stops. But we're going to continue on. This place is amazing, and it's going to continue to function, continue to be utilized in great part because of the great mission so far that these guys have conducted.
Hi, it's Bill Horowitz, CBS News, with a question for, I think, Sergei Volkov, if I could. Sergei, you've heard the U.S. reporters ask U.S. astronauts about the end of the shuttle and what might come next. What do the Russians think about that when you guys talk about it, the end of the shuttle and this gap that's coming up and NASA's reliance on Russia for transportation? What do you guys think about that? Thanks.
For us, it's also very sad that no more shuttles will appear on board the station because thanks to this brilliant machine, we were able to build this station so big and ready to have 6-person crew. Of course, we would like to continue to fly with our friends, and Soyuz are ready to continue this exploration of space and low orbits.
David Waters from spaceflightnow.com. At the beginning of the shuttle program, it was John Young and Bob Crippen. That was one end of the bookend. You're the last shuttle crew to go up. Kind of bookend this for us and tell us, for people listening to this, how you want people to look back at the shuttle program. That one for Chris Ferguson, please.
Well, the shuttle is several milestones over the course of its 30. They have to live it through the pictures and the images and the stories that the astronauts bring home. They don't get to see it and touch it and feel it like we do vehicles that go up and down like the Space Shuttle. So, it's a sobering moment. But at the same time, we're incredibly overjoyed to just have had the Space Shuttle for 30 years and to know that we had this ability to go to low Earth orbit, and we're so much more comfortable here than we were just a short time ago. And we hope that continues on to our commercial spaceflight partners.
And Chris, I'm so sorry to do this to you, but we lost your video downlink for the first 30 seconds of that answer. So if you could just start that part again and just tell us, when we look back at the 30 years of these, I thought it was you didn't like my question, but anyway, when we look back at the 30 years of the Space Shuttle program, what do you want people to remember about the program?
Well, yeah, we don't have the fade to black switch up here. I wish we did sometimes. But you know, of course, we have the International Space Station to look back upon. If it weren't for the Space Shuttle, the station wouldn't be here, and it certainly wouldn't be as large as it is. It's that large payload bay that's in the Space Shuttle that allows the large diameter that you see around us. It allows us to sit 5 across in here. If it wasn't for the Space Shuttle, we wouldn't be doing anything like that. Of course, there's also the tremendous observatories that the shuttle has launched throughout its years: Hubble Space Telescope, Compton Gamma Ray, the Chandra X-ray Space Telescope. Plus, the Space Shuttle has really, I don't want to say we have command of low Earth orbit. We're so much more comfortable here, you know, living and working day in and day out. And we'll look back at the Space Shuttle as a vehicle that just gave us regular access, and it opened up low Earth orbit so that we can go beyond and we can learn how to live in areas perhaps in lunar orbit or lunar surface or on an asteroid.
Atlantis ISS, this is Houston ACR. That concludes questions from the Kennedy Space Center. Please stand by for a voice check from NASA Headquarters PAO.
Atlantis ISS, this is NASA Headquarters PAO. How do you read me?
We have you loud and clear on the International Space Station.
Hi, Suzanne Presto from VOA. Ron, can you tell us a bit more about your science activities on station, particularly any experiments you've been working on that will be coming back down on shuttle? Thank you.
Well, that would take a long time to answer. We have been doing a lot of science on board, and as far as I know, I think the only, well, I mean, there's a lot of human research where we're kind of the subjects, and there's a lot of that science that's going to go down on the shuttle. We also have some spiders on board right now that are being studied, and they are going down on the shuttle as well. But we've been conducting experiments, fluid experiments, protein crystal growth experiments, plant growth experiments, experiments with the human body and the function of the human body, looking at things like, you know, how to combat osteoporosis. So there's quite a bit of science going on board. Combustion science we've been doing as well. So we are at the beginning of full utilization of this amazing research facility.
Keith Cowling, NASAWatch.com for Chris Ferguson. This is the last shuttle mission, so most of you are probably not going to get to fly again, or at least not for a few years. And that said, I have to say it must be a little tiring for you as you try and plan a career and stay motivated. You must be like a tennis ball at times, especially when the White House proposes a policy, Congress cuts it, and so forth, and it goes in a circle, and we pretty much don't go much of anywhere. As we speak, you're floating off planet on the edge of tomorrow, literally. That certainly offers you a unique perspective and the ability to be heard. What is it that we should be doing, really should be doing, to explore space? What should our policymakers in Washington be doing? What should they stop doing? And I guess, should we be boldly going somewhere or just continue to waste time doing this in PowerPoint? What would you say? You're going to talk to the president in like an hour and a half or so. If you really wanted to say one thing to him, what is it that you would say to move forward the whole notion of exploring space for real?
Hey, well, hello, Keith, first of all, and thanks for the question. Boy, I'll tell you, I do share a little bit of your frustration. We've had a lot of major programs, vibrant and very interesting programs, come and go at NASA without coming to fruition. And a lot of that is it's politics driven. A lot of it is funding driven. A lot of it is due to dynamic events, like, for example, the loss of Columbia. These are certainly things. Some of them are clearly out of our control. And to answer your question, if there's one thing that we could do to focus, if you will, efforts, it's to just appeal to Congress to focus on the long term. Look at the horizon. Don't look 1 or 2 years in the future, but look at 10 years and see where you want this nation to be. And I understand that the president has a space policy, and I think that that's fantastic, but we need to retain a coherent, meaningful space policy that will take us more than just 1 or 2 years in the future, that will take us out to 10 and 15 years. A decadal plan, if you will, of where we want this nation to go in space, and make it a law to follow it, so that perhaps congressional representatives, senators, presidential administrations are obliged to follow the policy that this nation set forth, so we can chart out something that's 10 or 15 years in a destination and not just 1 or 2.
Atlantis ISS, this is Houston ACR. That concludes questions from NASA headquarters. Please stand by for a voice check from Marshall Space Flight Center, PAO.
Atlantis ISS, this is Marshall Space Flight Center, PAO. How do you hear me?
We have you loud and clear.
Right.
Go ahead. Hi, my name is Ricky Klaus from WHNT News 19, and I wanted to ask, much of the world was watching as you guys skyrocketed into space, excited, loving to see you. What was going through your heads when that was happening?
Well, there's a lot of emotions going through your mind. A space shuttle launch is a very interesting experience. It's kind of like the year prior to the launch, you're preparing for the Super Bowl, but you don't know exactly what day the Super Bowl is. So you get all prepared, and even on the day of your scheduled launch, you're looking at the weather, thinking, are we going to go? Aren't we going to go? And on this launch, it was no different. We had a 70% chance of not going, but we got to prepare as if we're going. And you walk out there and you look at this amazing vehicle on the launch pad, and you just nothing comes to your mind but wow. And you get up there and strap in, and you're still waiting, and you never know for sure whether you're going until at the last second, because we had a hold at 31 seconds, and we were going, oh no, now what? And the funny thing about that is they picked up the count, and all of a sudden it was like, ready, set, go, and bam, we were off to the races, and we were getting shot off the planet, and it was just absolutely amazing. So the whole ride up, you're big, wide-eyed, and just experiencing all the thrill of the G's, and also the incredible sights and sounds you hear.
With Way 31 in Huntsville. You guys are part of a very exclusive club on the last shuttle mission. What are some of the moments that you're relishing the most right now?
Well, I think we're all relishing just the fact that we're in space again. We're able to float around. We're here on the space station, working with the space station crew, just living in this environment and working hard to make this a better place to live and to sustain it for the next year. It really is special being up here, and whenever we're up here, we just try and savor that as much as we can, whether you're on your first shuttle mission, your second shuttle mission, or the last shuttle mission.
My name is Monica Ricks. I'm with WAFF out of the Rocket City. And Sandy, I've been admiring your hair all morning. And this question is for you, too. This is your second time up at the ISS. Tell me the changes that have gone through the space station and how it looks now. And also, you've got 6 days left before, some crew members leave. Is there anything you want to do before you fly back?
Well, certainly the space station feels a lot like home. The minute we opened the hatch, I felt like I'd never left. But in the meantime, since I'd been here 2 years ago, several new modules have arrived. The most enjoyable one of which is the cupola, which is this very nice windowed module that we can see these spectacular views of the Earth. So almost after a couple hours after we docked and we had a break, we all ran up to the cupola to see the view from there. So the station, it's the same, but yet it's different in some ways. A lot of the operations still the same. These guys are taking great care of it. As far as the remaining time of the mission, we're going to finish out our transfer, and hopefully we'll get that done a little bit early, and we'll have some time to spend in the cupola and at some of the other windows and just with our station colleagues and share some memories before we have to leave.
Atlantis ISS, this is Houston ACR. That concludes questions from the Marshall Space Flight Center. We will rejoin you after a brief comm dropout. Atlantis ISS, this is Houston ACR. Back with you. Please stand by for a voice check from the Ames Research Center.
Atlantis ISS, this is Ames Research Center PAO. How do you hear me?
We have you loud and clear at Ames. It's going to take us about another 30 seconds or so to get all set in the camera view for you. That was probably the most entertaining thing you'll see all day. So.
Can I go? Good morning. This is Bob Revell. I'm with NBC Bay Area, the home market of Rex Walheim. So my question is for you, Rex. What are your thoughts on the shuttle program coming to an end? What do you think its legacy is going to be? And most importantly, were you able to spot San Carlos, your hometown, from outer space?
Well, to answer the first one, we did have a pass over California just in time, actually, as I was having a family conference, private family conference, the only one we have during the mission, with my wife and two boys. And so I had a chance to see us coming over California. The Bay Area was a little bit foggy, so I couldn't quite see San Francisco, but it was spectacular to see the Central Valley and some of Southern California, a little bit of Northern California. The shuttle's legacy, as far as that goes, number one, it sent probes to different planets. It launched probes. It launched great observatories like the Hubble Space Telescope. And then the crown jewel of the Space Shuttle program is it helped to build this magnificent International Space Station that we're on right now. It wouldn't be the size of the magnitude without the Space Shuttle. And the Space Shuttle's had a storied 30-year career, but what I like to think is the Space Shuttle's legacy lives on. Hubble will still be taking pictures. Our crewmates here will still be doing research on the International Space Station. And that's all a legacy of the shuttle, which will continue to live on. And for the future, I'm hoping that as the shuttle is retired, that money that we would be spending on the shuttle is available to not only continue the International Space Station research, but to go beyond. We need to get back in the exploration business where we're going to an asteroid or the moon or to Mars.
Good morning. This is Matt Bigler, KCBS Radio, and this is a question for Rex or whoever would like to field it. And we're speaking to you from Silicon Valley, the home of Google and Facebook and things like social media and the iPhone. And my question is, what effect do you think that some of these high-tech innovations have had on America's interest in space travel and our ability to explore the final frontier?
Well, I think that technology it has an inherent interest, and people just take an inherent interest in it. And I think Silicon Valley is the genesis of a lot of the technology we use here on the space station. So I really do think it plays a very important role from inspiring grade school kids to actually providing the science that we need to do our research here. And I think that's going to always keep people curious, and curiosity is a very important thing that you need to be able to develop a space program and then develop a good research program that can really pay incredible dividends here in space.
Hi, this is Jane Lee with the San Jose Mercury News, and this question is for Rex Walheim. I was wondering what you felt when you found out that you were going to be on the last shuttle mission.
Well, I think like most of us, I was very honored. It was so great to get a chance to fly in space again. I wasn't sure, none of us were really sure we were ever going to get a chance because they had assigned the last mission. And so we thought, well, our chance had gone by. It's kind of like being at Disneyland and the ride closing just before you get to the front of the line. But then they added a new flight, and we were kind of getting close to the front, and we were very, very fortunate enough to be entrusted to fly on this mission, and I was extremely overjoyed to get a chance to come here again. It's an amazing place up here in the space station.
Good morning, Alan Sayre with KFTL TV 28, and this also is for Rex, our hometown representative. Rex, I'd like to know how your many contributions to the shuttle and the ISS programs, as well as the magnificent views of Earth and the stars from your vantage point, how have all these helped shape you as a person and have led you to ponder humankind's place in the cosmos?
Well, it is an absolutely amazing creation looking out on the Earth, and there's just you can't describe it. And we're all trying to continue to this exploration of space. And one of the things we want to do is make it more accessible to everyday people, to get everybody a chance to come in space one day, because it changes your perspective. Look at us here. We have 10 people from 3 different countries. We have Americans, Russians, and a Japanese astronaut, and we're all working together. We live together, work together, solve problems together, laugh together, and it's just an amazing camaraderie. And we're one big team, and we execute the plan as one big team. And you look down at the Earth, that's just one big planet. We're all in it together. And I think the more people we get up here to see that perspective, the better off we'll be.
Hi, my name is Jade Hernandez. I'm with KTVU Channel 2 News. It's the Fox affiliate. My question is for Mission Specialist Rex Walheim. Rex, tell me, students from all over will get a chance to see you in space. What do you have to tell them? How do you inspire them to look to the future? How did they get in space?
Well, for me, what I'd tell them is number 1, work hard, especially in math and science, and number 2, have persistence, because as hard as you work, it's going to take some persistence. Because I can remember as a kid sitting in my backyard in San Carlos, looking up at the airplanes that were circling around to go land in San Francisco and thinking, wow, I hope I get a chance to fly someday. And to be right here with my crewmates, and we're flying over the Earth at 200 miles up at 17,500 miles an hour, it's really a dream come true. And it's another, I mean, just the simple things like floating and flying in zero gravity is just absolutely amazing. Everybody dreams about the dreams where you can fly, and here you can actually do it. So it's absolutely amazing, and your dreams really can come true.
Atlantis ISS, this is Houston ACR. That concludes questions from Ames Research Center. Please stand by for a voice check from JAXA PAO.
では続きまして JAXA PAO とのボイスチェックです。
Atlantis ISS, this is JAXA PAO. How do you hear me?
We read you loud and clear. How me?
We read you loud and clear. How me? 日本テレビの小林と申します。古川宇宙飛行士に質問します。今皆さんがいらっしゃる国際宇宙ステーションの建設に大きな役割を果たしたスペースシャトル、そして大勢の日本人宇宙飛行士を宇宙に運び続けたシャトルが今回のミッションで引退します。このシャトルの引退ということについて古川さんはどのように受け止めていらっしゃいますでしょうか。
はい。スペースシャトルは、日本、そして我々日本人に、夢と希望と挑戦する心を与えてくれたと思っています。そして、国際宇宙ステーションに滞在中の日本人として最後のスペースシャトル飛行のクルーをお迎えできたことを大変嬉しく思っています。もちろんスペースシャトルが退役してしまうことはとても残念なことです。しかしこれは新たな次につながる未来のプログラムの開始でもあると思っています。そのように、挑戦を続ける米国、そしてアメリカ人の友人たちを私は尊敬しています。ありがとうございます。
LVS の斉藤です。古川さんへの質問です。ツイッターでつぶやいているのをいつも楽しみにしています。今無重力に慣れてきたところで、体や心の変化で個人的に面白く感じているところはどこでしょうか。個人観点とお医者さんの観点で教えていただけると嬉しいです。
区別するのが難しいんですけども、一つは、面白いなと思っているのは、自分の感覚です。上下左右という感覚が本当に相対的だということを感じています。例を挙げると、その時に自分の足の方にあるところが床に思えます。で、体の向きを変えて、例えば逆さになると今度はそこが自然に床なように思えてしまうんですね。ということで、この上とか下というのは便宜上のもので、この無重量の世界では本当に自分に対してどうかという相対的なものだというのを感じるところが非常に興味深いです。
の関連でもう一つご質問です。古川さんは初めての宇宙飛行がソユーズだったわけですが、やっぱりシャトルに乗ってみたかったという思いはありませんでしょうか。率直な感想をお願いします。
はい、いいご質問ありがとうございます。もちろんミッションスペシャリストになるための厳しい訓練を受けたわけですから、率直に言えばスペースシャトルで飛行したかったと思います。ただ人生すべてが思い通りにいくわけではないですから。ただ、現状私は非常に満足しております。というのは3つ理由がありまして、1つ目は、ソユーズ宇宙船というロシア製のとても信頼性の高い別な宇宙船によって私の本来の目標であった、宇宙ステーションで仕事をして科学に貢献するということが実現されていることで、2つ目は、日本人として最後のスペースシャトルのクルーを、宇宙ステーションでお迎えできたことで、3つ目は、スペースシャトルアトランティス号が飛行中に、そこに行った日本人はどうやら私が初めてらしいんですね。何でも初めてというのはいいことですので。で、おまけの理由としては、スペースシャトルの船長さんのクリス・ファーガソンさんが、私のお願いに応えまして、彼のコマンダーの椅子に座って写真を撮ることを許可してくれたことです。
朝日新聞の小宮山と申します。古川さんにお尋ねします。飛び立たれて1ヶ月ぐらい経つわけですけれども、東日本大震災のですね、被災地をもしかしたら上空から ISS からご覧になったことがあるかもしれませんけれども、被災地の方に何かメッセージがありましたら一言いただけますでしょうか。
はい。東北地方、私自身も、高校生の時に、旅行をしたりして、とても皆さん心が温かくて素晴らしい、地域だったことが思い出に残っています。で、なかなか、4ヶ月ほど経ちましたが、いろいろ大変なことも多いかと思います。ただ、その日にできることを続けていきますと、今日は昨日よりも良くなりますし、明日は今日よりも良くなるんじゃないかと思います。そして何よりもこちらの仲間のアメリカ人、ロシア人の友人たちみんなが心配していろいろ声をかけてくれます。で、アメリカ、ロシアのみでなく世界中の人々が応援していると思います。ということでぜひ頑張ろう日本。
読売新聞の木村と申します。古川さんに質問ですけれども、古川さんは12年間さまざまな訓練を積み重ねてこられたと思うんですけれども、実際に宇宙に来てですね、これは全然予想しなかったなっていうことはありましたでしょうか。
ほとんどのことは、訓練通りです。で、一つ、最初戸惑ったのは、物が無重量でふわふわと漂ってどこかへ行ってしまうことです。で、地上だと机の上に物を置いておけばそこにいてくれるんですけども、こちらではただ置いていただけではどっか行ってしまいます。ということでマジックテープのようなベルクロというのを使ったりとかストラップを使ったりして、物を留めておくんですね。そう留めておいてもさえも漂っていってしまったりすることもあって最初戸惑いましたが、慣れました。こればっかりは、訓練で実現することが難しかったので現場で習っている形です。
テレビ東京宇宙ニュースの大江と申します。古川さんこんばんは。先ほどもお話にちょっと出てましたけれども、シャトル内にウェイクアップコールを聞きに行かれたということなんですけれども、実際に宇宙でシャトルの中に入られていかがだったでしょうか。またウェイクアップコールエルトン・ジョンさんの曲だったということなんですが、聞いてみてどう感じられたでしょうか。
やっぱりスペースシャトルの中に入りますと変な話なんですけども、ヒューストンにある訓練用のスペースシャトルに本当にそっくりだな、それだけ訓練用のものがよくできている、それにそっくりだなというのを感じました。そして訓練用のスペースシャトルと同じような匂いがしたのが不思議でした。でそのような本当に訓練とそっくりの中で素晴らしいエルトン・ジョンさんの曲が聴けて本当に感激でした。
かせてください。今行われている女子サッカーワールドカップで日本とアメリカが決勝戦を戦うんですが、周りにアメリカ人もたくさんいらっしゃいます。どっちが勝つと思いますか？スコアはどうなりますか？
この場でそういうそのご質問にお答えするのは多分難しいかと思うんですが、とにかく私としては選手の皆さん、サポーターの皆さん、そして関係者の皆様すべてがベストを尽くされることを願っています。
Atlantis ISS, this is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes the event.
Thank you, media at Johnson Space Center, Kennedy Space Center, NASA headquarters, Marshall Space Flight Center, Ames Research Center, and in Japan. Atlantis ISS, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
This is Mission Control Houston. So the final joint crew news conference between the shuttle and station crews has wrapped up. The crews talked with the media here at the Johnson Space Center, also at the Kennedy Space Center at NASA headquarters, as well as Marshall and Ames. They also spoke with some media in Japan, talking with Expedition 28 crew member Satoshi Furukawa. Coming up in about a half hour, 9:45 a.m. Central Time, 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we will have today's mission status briefing from here at the Johnson Space Center. Kwasi Alabarujo, the lead shuttle flight director, will be taking part in that briefing. He'll be giving an overview of the day's schedule for the crew and also what's ahead for tomorrow. The crew is in the middle of conducting quite a bit of transfer work today and tomorrow. As of our handover here for from Orbit 1 to Orbit 2, they were about 70% complete. So there's still a bit more work to be done on that side of things. So once again, the mission status briefing will air live here on NASA television at 9:45 a.m. Central Time, 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time. If you're a member of the media and would like to participate in today's briefing, please go ahead and contact the Johnson Space Center newsroom by 9:30 a.m. Central Time. At 11:29 a.m. Central Time, 12:29 p.m. Eastern Time, the crews will be receiving a call from the White House and President Barack Obama. He'll be speaking with the crews about the historic nature of this being the final space shuttle flight, as well as the crew's progress during their mission. So once again, the call from President Barack Obama will take place at 11:29 a.m. Central Time, 12:29 p.m. Eastern Time today. Chris Edelin, the flight director, and his Orbit 2 team, they're inside the station flight control room, are continuing to watch over the systems on board the space station. Everything is working as expected. Right now, the station and the shuttle are orbiting 247 miles above the Mediterranean, heading down toward the southeast. They'll be passing over parts of Africa, including Egypt, the Sudan, Ethiopia, out over the Indian Ocean, and then around the southern tip of Australia. Here in the shuttle room, the Orbit 2 team also on console. Rick LeBrode is the flight director today. The Capcom is Megan MacArthur. Of course, she herself flew on board Atlantis back on STS-125, the final shuttle mission to the Hubble Space Telescope. But everything on board Atlantis is working as expected. You probably heard details about the right after the crew went to bed yesterday, one of the onboard computers, the general purpose computers, went down. So the crew was awakened by that, but they were able to recover that computer. Everything seems to be okay. There was a data dump that was given to the ground teams here in Houston, so they basically took an image of that computer. They're going to be parsing over that data, taking a look at exactly what happened. But as of right now, all 5 computers on board Atlantis are up and running as expected. Of course, Quatsi Alabarujo will have updates on that in today's mission status briefing and the exact progress that the team here in Houston is making on analyzing whatever caused that. So once again, our mission status briefing today at 9:45 a.m. Central Time, 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Of course, we will have it live here on NASA TV. This is a live look down inside the Raffaello multipurpose logistics module. This is the big cargo container that Atlantis delivered on this mission. It has been the site of most of the work for the crew over the last several days, besides the spacewalk that was conducted back on flight day 5 by Mike Fossum and Ron Guerin. But this cargo container is just absolutely huge. It's 21 feet long by 15 feet wide. It's basically the same size as the European Space Agency's automated transfer vehicle that docks with the Russian segment of the station. You can see the crew is bagging up quite a bit of cargo that's going to be moved back into the MPLM to be brought back home aboard Atlantis. That MPLM brought up 9,403 pounds of cargo. More than a ton of that was food, 2,677 pounds of just food for the crew. And then going back home, it's going to be packed full of 5,666 pounds of cargo. And that does not take into account the actual weight of the racks that are inside the MPLM itself, because those are actually not going to be moved over to the station. There was only one rack that was called a zero gravity stowage rack, or a ZSR. That was moved across. It was put inside the permanent multi-purpose module, which is sort of a big closet that is attached on the bottom side of the station. There goes Mike Fossum, one of the 2 spacewalkers from earlier in this mission. He and Ron Guerin had a 6-hour, 31-minute spacewalk. Fossum now stands at number 7 on the all-time list of spacewalk records. He is just 5 minutes behind Mike Fink, who sits at number 6. So the crew has quite a bit more work to do on getting this MPLM ready for its return to Atlantis' payload bay. They've got most of the cargo moved across the hatches, but they have to situate it, get it tucked away, and get all the pieces put where they're supposed to go. There's a fairly involved tracking system that the team here in Houston maintains about what goes where. So they'll continue to work that today and tomorrow. The actual MPLM itself will be demated and undocked from the station coming up on Monday. That will be flight day 11. That actual demating should take place at 5:49 a.m. Central Time. And it'll be put back into Atlantis' payload bay. And then on Tuesday, which will be flight day 12, that is when Atlantis will actually undock from the station. That undocking will take place at 1:28 a.m. Central Time. Wednesday will be spent checking out Atlantis' flight control surfaces and the reaction control system jets to make sure that the shuttle is ready to return home. And then our landing is set up for Thursday. Atlantis' deorbit burn currently scheduled for 3:54 a.m. Central Time. The landing is going to be at 4:58 a.m. Central Time. Of course, those times could be fine-tuned a bit between now and then. But there's a view of the southern half of Egypt and the Sudan as Atlantis and the station continue to head down toward the southeast. Their altitude right now, 245 miles. This is Mission Control Houston. Our mission elapsed time now at 6 days, 23 hours, and 3 minutes. Atlantis' tail there, the Earth below. Both Atlantis and the station are passing 245 miles above Africa. They're just now crossing from Ethiopia to Somalia. Soon to head out over parts of the Indian Ocean and then swing around the southern tip of Australia and then cross up over the Pacific Ocean. They'll be heading up over parts of North America, including California and Nevada and Utah, on up over parts of Wyoming and the Dakotas, and then over Canada. Coming up in just a few minutes, we will have today's mission status briefing from here at the Johnson Space Center. The lead shuttle flight director, Quansi Alabarujo, will give a status of Atlantis' mission so far. Take a look at what the crew is doing on board today as they get quite a bit of this transfer work taken care of between now and the end of their day. I'll also have an update for you on last night's computer issue that we saw on board Atlantis. As one of the 5 general purpose computers, the GPCs on board, had an issue that woke up the crew, but they got it restarted. Everything looks like it's back up and running as expected. But as we talked about, the ground teams here in Houston have taken basically a copy of the data from that computer and are taking a look at it to find out what may have caused the issue yesterday. So that mission status briefing will air live here on NASA television at 9:45 a.m. Central Time, 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Also coming up later today, the crew will receive a phone call from the President of the United States, Barack Obama. He will be talking with the crew at 11:29 a.m. Central Time, 12:29 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, we will have live coverage of that here on NASA TV. If you miss any part of that, we'll have a replay of it at 1 Central, 2 Eastern, as well as at 2:30 p.m. Central Time, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And if you missed the crew news conference that took place earlier this morning, we will have a replay of that also today here on NASA TV beginning at 1:30 p.m. Central Time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. And that will also have interpretation of the Japanese portion of the event, where media there talked with the crew, including Satoshi Furukawa, a member of Expedition 28. So Atlantis and the station continue to fly just to the east of Africa, heading down toward the southeast, about to pass into sunset. As a final reminder for those of you in the media who would like to participate in today's briefing coming up in just a few minutes here on NASA TV, if you have not contacted the Johnson Space Center newsroom at this time, please go ahead and do so. Our briefing will air live here on NASA TV at 9:45 a.m. Central Time, 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time. The lead shuttle flight director, Kwasi Alabarujo, will have a status update on the day's activities on board the shuttle and the station. So once again, today's mission status briefing up next here on NASA TV. If you're a member of the media and would like to participate in that briefing, please contact the Johnson Space Center newsroom at this time. This is Mission Control Houston right now on board Atlantis and the space station. The crew is getting back into quite a bit of this transfer work, getting several tons of supplies and cargo moved across the hatchway from the cargo container, the multi-purpose logistics module, over to the station and vice versa. That will pretty much take up the rest of their day. They've got a little bit less than 5 hours left in their day, and most of it's going to be focused on this transfer work, as well as tomorrow. Coming up next here on NASA television will be today's mission status briefing with lead shuttle flight director Kwasi Alabarujo. That'll be broadcast live from here at the Johnson Space Center. He will have an update on Atlantis' progress and the crew's progress so far. Give you the latest transfer numbers, also talk about the GPC issue from yesterday, the general purpose computer that happened right as the crew went to bed last night, about a half hour after they had gone to sleep. After our mission status briefing concludes, we will return here to Mission Control for more continuing coverage of STS-135. And as a reminder, at 11:29 a.m. Central Time today, President Barack Obama will be calling the combined crews of Atlantis and Expedition 28, talking about the mission so far, offering his words of congratulations. And of course, we will air that live here on NASA television. So we will step away for a few minutes and bring you today's mission status briefing from here at the Johnson Space Center with lead shuttle flight director Kwasi Alabarujo. Today's mission lapse time right now, 6 days, 23 hours, and 15 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston.
Good morning and welcome to today's mission status briefing. With us today is Kwasi Alabarujo, the lead shuttle flight director, just coming off his Orbit 1 shift. Kwasi?
Thank you. Well, good morning. The STS-135 mission continues to go in absolutely outstanding fashion. Our crew, as you're used to hearing now, is continuing to perform incredibly. We are running right about on the timeline with respect to transfer operations of cargo from the shuttle middeck and the MPLM, as well as the transfer return. The crew generally, of course, has been very efficient. However, we've experienced a couple of minor problems or little hiccups along the way, which we'll tell you about, that have used up a little bit of time, but because of their overall efficiency and their organization and how well the transfer has been going, it's not going to impact the mission to any significant degree. Right now, we're about 70% complete with all of the transfer that the crew was timelined to accomplish during this mission, and that's just 70% with respect to the number of items that they'll lay their hands on. That doesn't correlate necessarily to the amount of volume that's been transferred or the amount of mass, but we think that we'll be at about 70% of the total mass that we're going to transfer sometime tomorrow. In the afternoon today, the crew has got some off-duty time, which is very well deserved, just so they can not so much unwind, as it were, but just throttle back a bit, because they've been working really hard. And of course, this off-duty time is prescribed by our shuttle crew scheduling constraints in order to maintain overall fitness and health of the crew as we proceed with the mission. Now, many of you have heard by now, last night in the middle of the crew's sleep, we had a problem with general purpose computer number 4, that's GPC number 4 4 on the shuttle. That GPC was configured as our systems management machine, or SM machine, as we like to say for short. You know how fond we are of our acronyms. But basically the SM machine, what it does for us is some environmental control. It also controls the antennas for our communication system, as well as does some general fault detection and enunciation for the orbiter's core spacecraft systems. That computer returned an error code. It basically failed in a manner that we call a fail to quit, which essentially means that it just stopped. And so the master alarm that was enunciated when that happened, right around 2-ish hours into the crew's sleep, that woke the crew up. And they spent about 30 minutes reconfiguring the computers to move the systems management functions to general purpose computer number 2, GPC-2. We then shut off GPC number 4 and replanned today's plan to do some detailed troubleshooting on it. We allowed the crew to sleep in about 30 minutes later, since we did take about 30 minutes away from their sleep, and they did take us up on that. And so once the crew got going with their day today, Commander Chris Ferguson and pilot Doug Hurley took about 45 minutes to run this troubleshooting procedure on GPC-4 to basically bring it up to do a data dump of the memory from GPC number 1, which was the active primary GNC computer that saw GPC-4 status when it failed. So we dumped that computer's memory. We then initialized GPC-4 and dumped its memory to see what it thought about why it failed, and then we did an initial program load. Essentially ran the exact same procedure that we ran a few days ago in response to the switch T's failure on GPC-3. GPC-4 actually did behave itself. It did recover. The dumps were completed nominally, and our engineering teams are analyzing that dump data right now. It'll take about another several hours to get the results of that dump data. We expect a full report from the engineering teams when my flight control team comes on shift tomorrow, or actually really later tonight. And right now there's no smoking guns that they've identified as to the cause of the failure. In such a case, we treat it as really a transient hardware failure that might be stimulated by any number of things. You know, radiation is one possible cause, but we don't have any conclusive evidence of that, although the orbiter was flying through the South Atlantic anomaly at the time of the failure. So that's just one of the many things that we think about. So once we brought that computer up, we basically put it to sleep, just like we did with GPC-3. And so we're now in a nominal config again with GPC-1 as our GNC computer, and GPC-2, which is slightly different, as our systems management computer. And we're going to stay in this configuration probably for another couple of shifts, another several hours, and think about getting some runtime on GPC-4 before we undock, just to observe its performance and see if there's anything additional that we want to do with it. Now, once we review the results of the data dumps and the memory analysis that the engineering teams are doing, that still may reveal something that leads us to investigate some other possible root causes and to think about some other things that we might want to do with the computer. But for the time being, we've got it recovered, and we think it'll probably continue to function well for us for the duration of the mission. The other little anomaly that you might hear about shortly is a broken latch on a locker door where we store our lithium hydroxide canisters. These canisters are our CO2 scrubbers on the orbiter. We don't need them right now for the CO2 control on the shuttle, because the regenerative CO2 removal systems on the International Space Station are providing more than sufficient capability to control CO2. But we were scheduled to get into that LIO locker, if you will, to change out some of the canisters that are on the space station, older canisters, with the fresh canisters that we flew up on Atlantis. That's the standard procedure that we typically do during these missions in order to make sure that the International Space Station has the freshest canisters that are possible. And so we will have to probably do some kind of maintenance activity on that locker to get it open at a convenient time. Might get to do that sometime today, maybe sometime tomorrow. But other than those things, again, Atlantis continues to perform beautifully. The transfer mission is going very well. We haven't experienced any other significant problems with the spacecraft, and of course we're going to continue to watch the computers and make sure that they behave themselves. But right now we think we are very much on a path where we will likely be able to configure the computers nominally for entry and landing on flight day 13. So that's the status that we've got right now. Tomorrow we have on the plate more transfer. Again, repetition of pretty much the same theme with very little variation. Cargo transfer, and more cargo transfer. But again, that's the reason that this spacecraft is docked, and that part of the mission is going very, very well. At this point, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Quadzi. We'll take questions now, starting here at Johnson Space Center. Please remember to step to the mic to ask your question, and please remember to identify yourself by name and affiliation. Mark?
Thanks, John. All right, it's Mark Carreau for Aviation Week. And could you go over what the nominal configuration for the GPCs would be for landing? And also, it doesn't look like there's any common thread between 3 and 4 at this point, but just to be sure, do you consider 3 available for anything you need it to do?
Okay.
For the rest of the mission and landing.
Great questions. First off, let me answer the shorter question to answer, and that is about GPC-3. Right now, we consider GPC-3 a perfectly healthy and functional GPC that is available for use for whatever we might need to use it for. Typically, we will use it as a guidance, navigation, control computer, and we don't see any leans against doing that at this time. Now, the nominal configuration of the GPCs for entry, essentially we will nominally have all 5 GPCs up. GPCs 1 through 4 run what we call our PASS software, basically our primary avionics system software, and they run redundant copies of that software so that they are all computing the same thing and talking to each other so that they can check each other out and make sure that all of the computers are functioning properly and computing the same result given the same inputs that they derive from their flight critical buses. GPC 5, which is also up and running for landing, performs the exact same functions except with a completely different flight software package that's made by a different vendor, and so this provides us some redundancy and protection against any insidious software issues that might conceivably take down all 4 past GPCs given some anomalies or singularities in computation, divide by 0 errors or something insidious like that. And so normally all 5 of those computers are up. The way we configure the computers is we assign each computer to talk and to drive, if you will, one of the flight critical buses. A bus is just simply a collection of input-output devices that link the computer to physical pumps, valves, flight control surfaces, thrusters, jets, engines, and other things that are required to fly Atlantis. And so we have 4 flight critical strings, 4 flight critical buses, and we assign GPCs 1 through 4 to the buses 1 through 4 respectively. GPC 5 runs the backup flight software and again provides some redundancy as far as the software part of the computer management. And all 5 of those computers will be up for entry, and ideally we won't have any additional problems or failures.
Bill?
Philip Sloss with NASASpaceflight.com. A couple questions. First, did you see any kind of a failure signature, well, not your shift, but the Orbit 3 shift, did they see any kind of a signature at the time of failure for GPC-4?
Are you asking if there was some kind of telemetry or leading indicator before the MDM failed, or the GPC failed?
Yeah, or like was there any errors or anything like that were seen at the time, or did it just fail to quit?
There was nothing that was seen in telemetry for that computer at the time. It just failed to quit. Happened pretty much right out of the blue. The flight control team responded per procedure and reconfigured. Of course, our initial indication was the master alarm that we saw in telemetry that when the system failed, and several of our flight controllers, of course, reported indications that they would see as a result of losing the systems management function on that GPC.
And then the frequency of this type of a failure, is this something that has been seen before? And if so, how frequently has it been seen just in the recent past?
Well, this type of a failure is actually very infrequent. This is the really only the second bona fide in-flight anomaly that we have had of this particular design of GPC. We've had two designs of GPC in the shuttle program. You may have heard last time we talked about computers, Mr. Harwood, I think, mentioned that we had a number of computer failures on STS-9. That design or model of general purpose computer was phased out some years ago. And so the current model of GPC that's in use has only experienced one other anomaly like this, and that was on STS-71 back in the summer of 1995. And interestingly enough, it was also on Atlantis and also on GPC-4. Now, that's the slot that the GPC was in when it failed. The actual physical serial number in hardware is not the same. It's not physically the same computer that was on Atlantis back on STS-71, but basically that's the only other failure we've had from this series of computer in orbit.
Additional questions, Robert?
Hi, Robert Perlman with CollectSpace.com. On the stuck latch on the locker, you mentioned maintenance. Can you qualify that a little bit? Is it pulling out a pry bar and trying to get yourself into that mechanically, or is it unscrewing the door, or how is that done?
Okay, great question. The particular locker in question has an access door on it. However, the entire panel on which that door is situated and attached is fastened to the floor with about 25 captive fasteners, and so essentially we just essentially have to go to the edges of that whole panel after we remove the cargo and various other things that are stowed there from the area, and just unhinge and loosen those fasteners, and then we can remove the whole panel and get to the back side of that door with the stuck latch, and then we should be able to remediate it fairly quickly by resetting a set screw, which we think has probably come loose, or maybe trying to address a failed spring of some kind.
Denise Chow at Space.com. With the GPC-3, how confident are you that you won't have another switch tease or related incident during reentry?
Okay, great question. Well, we're going to basically see where we are with that GPC when we bring it up for undock and fly around in a few days. Now, one of the things about the switch tease phenomenon is it's really a feature of the switch. It's something that we cover in training, and when I went through my initial data processing system training a few years ago, and I first tried to expand a set and power up GPCs, I did the exact same thing. It's something that can sort of happen if you're not really paying attention. It's the technique for avoiding a switch tease is actually very easy to implement. So we are pretty confident we won't have the problem again. If we do, however, we do know how to bring that computer back up. We'll be on the lookout and ready to implement the procedures that are required to reinitialize the computer within a reasonable amount of time. And so we should have plenty of time to get the computers in proper configuration prior to execution of the deorbit burn for entry.
Irene?
Irene Klotz with Reuters. 2 computer glitches on one flight seems pretty high odds. How do you know they're not related?
Well, for the GPC-3 case, when that MDM, or excuse me, MDM is what we call them on the space station side, when that computer failed, it failed at the moment the crew was actuating the switch. We got feedback from the crew about what had happened. The signature was consistent with the ops notes that we have, consistent with a switch tease. In this case, the crew was asleep, nobody was anywhere near the switches, and so this signature and the circumstance was different. Now, to be sure, as I said earlier, until we complete our analysis of the dump data, we have no idea exactly what caused the failure of GPC-4. The fact that GPC-4 was able to be reinitialized is very telling, because what it says is that whatever the issue was, it's either software or a transient hardware issue. And of course, transient hardware issues tend to fall in a fairly limited subset of things that you'd look for, things like radiation or some kind of electrical anomaly that we can go investigate. So we've got different circumstances, different signatures. The fail condition on GPC-3 was different. GPC-3 actually failed to halt, whereas this computer failed to quit, which is two different computational and physical states of the hardware. So until you complete your analysis, you can't really say anything for sure, but we've got many reasons to believe that these two failures are not caused by the same thing. Now, the fact that we did have two computer failures on the same flight on a spacecraft that's otherwise performing beautifully, that's not at all lost on me. I do have a saying that you're not paranoid if they really are after you. So I am cautiously optimistic that we'll have a healthy data processing system for undocking, for the rest of the mission, and for re-entry, but we will be watching closely.
Any other questions here in Houston? Ted?
Yeah, Ted Oberg from Channel 13 here in town. During the crew briefing, we heard one of the station members say, this thing's starting to look smaller. Can you explain where they're putting all this stuff, and why would the station seem smaller in his estimation?
Okay, that's an excellent question. The station is starting to seem smaller because we have brought up in the MPLM and in the mid-deck an incredible amount of stuff. And of course, that's a technical term. There's just so much cargo and so many large bags that have been brought up. Now, as they're being unloaded from the MPLM, they are being stowed in the livable spaces on board the International Space Station. They're being stowed in the lab module, in Node 1, Node 2, in the GEM, wherever we can reasonably put them, in the PMM, the Pressurized Multipurpose Module. And so as all of this cargo is being deployed, in addition to the supplies, the provisions, and spare parts and other cargo that was already on the space station, there are certain portions of the space station, certain modules, certain habitable volumes, which quite honestly get cramped. That is a price that we are paying for bringing up these supplies. But as the orbiter leaves and the crew resident on the space station is able to leverage and manage that cargo to be placed more efficiently and to be placed according to their priority of need for ongoing undocked operations, things will level out more as the visiting vehicles that are coming up over the next several months come up and we dispose of foam in those visiting vehicles as trash. That's going to help a lot. One of the things you have to understand is that with the cargo that we've brought up, in order to make sure that it survives intact its ride on the Space Shuttle, it's packed in a great deal of foam. In fact, much of the volume that is taken up by this cargo is its packing foam designed to protect it. And so once it's on orbit and once the foam is no longer needed, that really represents a bit of a nuisance more than anything. And so we'll try to pack as much of that foam as possible in the MPLM for return. So hopefully the spacecraft will seem a bit less cramped in a few days when we get ready to close out the MPLM. And of course, there's just a natural situation where there's other pieces of foam and other packing material that we just won't be able to dispose of until much later, say on a Progress vehicle or one of the other visiting vehicles that come.
Okay, anybody else here at JSC? We'll take questions now from Kennedy Space Center.
Hi, Marcia Dunn, Associated Press, with a couple questions. For GPC-3, you described it as failed to halt, I believe. I'm not quite sure exactly what that means. Is that also an immediate shutdown? And how many times have you seen that type of occurrence on orbit before?
Okay, in the event of a fail to halt, and basically what that's saying is, we have a mode switch that tells the GPC, if we switch it to that position, tells the GPC to halt, which essentially means to stop computing. It doesn't flush it or purge it if it's software. It doesn't register necessarily any errors in the box itself, but it just stops. I like to think of it in layman's terms as analogous to when you simply close the lid on your laptop. Your laptop is really asleep. The operating system is still active in some small part of the computer's memory. If you open the lid on your laptop, you'll essentially be able to resume your session exactly where you left off. That's the way you should think about the halt state. In the case of fail to quit, the application software that's in the computer as well as the operating system, it just stopped. Computation stopped. All of the processes just simply stopped in an otherwise unrecoverable manner, and of course we, by necessity, did have to do a data dump and reinitialize that computer. Now, as I indicated before, the only other instance of a spontaneous on-orbit anomaly that we've seen, like what we had on GPC-4, was on STS-135. As far as the issue we had with GPC-3, the sort of the switch tease phenomenon, I don't have exact numbers, but I know we've seen that in orbit a few times. As I said, it's a feature of the switch, and if you don't finesse it quite the right way, you're prone to get that situation.
Thank you. And I'm wondering what happens if one of the other three GBC also experienced some sort of quit to halt, quit to quit. What happens then? And is there anything that you could think of that might come back from this analysis that would prompt you to consider an early return?
Well, according to our flight rules, we would have mission duration impacts if I lost more than if I lost 2 computers essentially, then we would attenuate the mission into what we call an MDF, or minimum duration flight. If I lost 3 computers, then according to my rules, I would be looking at coming home essentially at my next primary landing site, which would be essentially within the day. So as long as I have a computer that I have demonstrated I can load and bring up into our redundant set and into our common set, if you will, and that's the collective of redundant computers, if you will. As long as I've demonstrated that I can do that, I don't have any acute mission duration impacts. Now, having said that, if we were to experience another problem with a different computer, honestly, I think we would all be thinking very, very hard about what was going on. We do what we always do, which is we would get the data first. The very first steps of our troubleshooting procedures are to do data dumps. We do data dumps of the computer that was functional and monitoring the other computers in the set to see what it saw. We do data dumps of the failed computer to see what it thinks it saw about itself. And we get the engineers to analyze that and take a good hard look at it. Beyond that, we draw some reasonable conclusions about what would happen. So that's about as much as I could tell you about our response to another issue. Again, just to emphasize, even with the problem we had on GPC-3, which was due to a condition that we have an explanation for, and the problem that we've had on GPC-4, which we don't yet have an explanation for, what I can tell you is that we have demonstrated the ability to bring both of those computers up to full computational readiness and add them to our redundant set. And so that's a meaningful capability that we have.
I believe that was our last question from Kennedy Space Center. We'll go now to the phone bridge. We'll start with Bill Harwood.
Hey, thanks, Quatsi. I just want to follow Marcia's question. I had 2 quick ones along those lines. From a flight rules perspective, if you have a computer that's deemed the victim of a transient, I know that's addressed specifically in there. What does it take to make you fully trust it again?
Okay, that's an excellent question. A computer that is deemed to be the victim of a transient hardware failure, and how we get to that determination is after analyzing all of this dump data, after analyzing the memory of the computers, in the absence of any other credible explanation like a switch tease or some other issue, if we don't see any software problem or indication of a computational error. What that tells us, and the conclusion that we draw from that, is that there's some transient hardware-based condition that resulted in the GPC's temporary loss of function. In that instance, we have specific guidance as to which buses we will allow that GPC to drive. So in the instance of GPC-4, if it is determined that this was a transient hardware failure, my rules tell me that however I configure it, I can only assign it to drive what we call string 4. And that is chosen because of the types of hardware that are connected to that particular data bus. The hardware that's connected to data buses 1, 2, and 3 are deemed of such a critical nature that we don't want to subject them to the possibility of another transient hardware fault that might impact our ability to control the spacecraft during critical operations like undocking, fly around, and certainly for re-entry. So even the good news is that because this is GPC-4 and our nominal configuration for entry is such that we assign GPC-4 to string 4, even if it's deemed the victim of a transient hardware failure. Unless we see something more insidious that gives us pause, we can basically assign this GPC to its nominal string, to its nominal data bus that we would normally do for entry, because if it does experience a problem during entry, the particular failure mode in this instance with that data config will not cause any immediate problems for controllability of the spacecraft during re-entry.
Thanks, got that. And two more real quick ones. From the flight rule perspective and where you stand today, none of these computers are failed at this point. You have all 5 at this point, although there are some leans against 4 until you finish your analysis. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, and thanks. And you know, reporters, whenever things like this happen, we all focus on this and think about it real hard because we don't understand it to the degree you do. Do you consider this a major issue, a minor issue, or something in between?
Well, I tell you, I consider every issue a major issue until I believe we fully understand it and have no reason to think otherwise. So right now, again, we've analyzed only part of the dump data bill, and we haven't seen any obvious software problems. Honestly, that's the thing I tend to worry about the most. You know, there's some error in the flight software that we haven't caught, and because of the exact time of day and the time of the year and the particular value from the master clock when figured into all of the other computations basically makes the thing fail. That sort of thing, that's the scenario that tends to keep me up at night. So once we complete the dump, complete our analysis, of the dump data and determine that we don't see any indications of that type of scenario, then I will be a bit more comfortable. But I never let myself get too comfortable until we've got all of our friends with their boots on the ground.
Okay, well, thanks. Well, let me just squeeze in one last quick one, though. At this point, barring something unusual, like you say, with the software or whatever, you would expect to have all 5 of these guys up and running for entry.
At this point, that's my expectation, but again, that's pending the results of the remaining analysis of the dump data.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Bill. James Dean?
Thank you very much. James Dean with Florida Today, and I guess just one more on the GPCs. To start with, so I understand the expectation is you'll have all 5, but setting aside more critical issues, I guess, where you'd have to cut short mission duration, if you didn't have all 5, again, I'm just trying to understand how that would impact the orbiter's ability to, execute its undock and reentry and all that stuff. I mean, do you really actually only need as few as 1 computer to get through it all, or what is the impact of not having 5 if that would turn out to be the case?
Okay, let me try to address your question without boring you. Basically, the benefit we have from the multiple computers during the critical phase is that we can have more than 1 computer assigned to to drive a particular data bus or a particular set of equipment on the spacecraft that we need to control thrusters, to steer the spacecraft, and to get critical navigational data from its sensors. And so by having multiple computers, we are able to selectively assign each physical machine to drive a particular data bus, while, again, in the redundant set, those computers talk to each other so that they can monitor each other's performance and exchange data and fundamentally compute the same things. And so what that does for us is it prevents the failure of any one computer from taking away functionality that might cause a dangerous loss of control of the spacecraft. So I just set that up because that's fundamentally the driver that really drives how we manage these. So if we do have a problem with another computer, or we see something something with GPC-4, for instance, in our analysis, such that we will not have it up for entry. Again, we don't think that's where we'll get to, but if we do get there, what that simply means is that the data bus that would normally be driven directly by GPC-4 will simply be assigned to another computer, and that other computer, which would normally only have one bus assigned to it for entry, would have two. And the way we would pick which computer would share the two buses is based on what provides us the best failure tolerance against a loss of control or degraded control for that situation. So hopefully that makes some sense.
Okay, thank you. And I'm wondering if you mentioned the transfer completion percentage, and wondering if these glitches and other special events we're seeing today have I guess the crew already had some off-duty time built in, but would you still say they're ahead of schedule, or will be by the end of the day, or has this slowed them down a little bit more and maybe put them just on schedule? And as just a quick follow-up to that, since you've said that, I think the goal is to get Raffaello filled up to about 90%. Any possibility you have an estimate of the actual pounds of cargo that amounts to being loaded back into Raffaello?
Okay. To address the first question, these problems, these little glitches, if you will, have indeed slowed the crew down. Now, the good news is because they were running ahead of the timeline, not tremendously ahead with the transfer, because the transfer is really the meat of the mission, and it's a really messy operation until you get everything organized. But Sandy and the rest of the crew were running far enough ahead that once we took some time to troubleshoot the computers, to give the crew an extra 30 minutes of sleep time this morning to make up for the sleep time that was lost, all of those little things, we are right on plan at this point. We're right on the timeline. So the little margin we had, we gave some up for computer troubleshooting, and now we're right on plan. As far as an estimate of the amount of mass, honestly, right now, I can't really give you a great estimate. We're at a phase of the choreography of transfer to where I really won't know what the mass properties of Raffaello look like until we complete the evening transfer brief tonight and have incorporated all of the updates we get from Sandy into our transfer plan for tomorrow. I think probably this time tomorrow, Chris Edelin or the other flight directors on the station side will probably have a better idea of how much mass is in the MPLM.
If I could ask just one more question on transfer, is that the essentially what you've gotten out of the extra day that's been added is just increasing that percentage that you're loading back into Raffaello? Is that essentially what's been gained aside from any other sort of organization of stuff on the station?
Increasing the percentage of cargo that we load into the MPLM, that's a big piece of what's been gained with the extra day. We think we are on a trajectory to where we'll be able to fill the MPLM up to virtually 100% volumetrically. And so that's a big piece of what's been gained. The other part of what's been gained is that we have additional time to do some science that we weren't otherwise planning to be able to do, and to get the samples, many of them are biological, from that science back home on the orbiter on a much accelerated time frame than we were otherwise expecting to.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, James. Do we have anyone else on the phone bridge, please?
Yes, Charles Atkinson.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Charles Atkinson, Examiner.com, SpaceLaunchNews.com. Turning over to the weather, I was wondering if you could comment if you've been in talks with JAXA on the pending Typhoon Mahan that's approaching southern Japan, possibly Tuesday night.
Okay, unfortunately I don't have any information on that at this time, but we'll be sure to get some information and provide some feedback for you on the mission status briefing tomorrow or the following day.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, do we have any follow-ups here at Houston? Mark, I'm sorry.
Thanks again, Mark Carreau for Aviation Week. If you look at what happened with GPC-4, and it looks like it had something to do with flying through the South Atlantic anomaly and radiation, where does that leave you with GPC-4 in terms of future ops? Can you use it for reentry and undocking and all of that? Does it leave you with a hardware question that kind of puts you back in a quandary?
Okay. If it turns out that we have no other credible explanation or smoking gun, if you will, and just to be clear, after we analyze the dump data, if we don't see any obvious problems or any indications of software or computational errors, you know, the global category of what's left, which is the transient hardware failure, could be anything. Radiation being one of many possible causes of a transient hardware failure. In that case, we would treat the GPC as suspect, if you will, just to use layman's terms, and as I described the flight rules earlier, there are certain flight critical buses we simply would not assign that computer to control during critical operations like the undock and fly around. And so what I would do as my team will be executing the undock and fly around is we would assign the associated flight critical buses to the other computers that we had available to us. Now, since GPC-5 has our backup flight software, and we normally keep that asleep to serve as our BFS or backup flight software machine, I would continue to leverage GPC-2 notionally to do our systems management functions and rely on GPCs 1 and 3 for the GNC function during the undock and fly around. Now, for entry, again, because of how we normally do the stringing and which data bus I'm allowed to put GPC-4 on, I would actually have something that very much looks like a nominal stringing for entry. So between undocking and entry, we would probably have GPC-4 remain asleep, except for periods where we might want to get some innocuous runtime on the GPC just to watch it compute without it driving any flight critical buses. But it'd probably stay asleep until it was time to bring it up and string it for entry.
Irene Klotz with Reuters. Just to make sure I understand the bottom line with all of this is that if GPC-4 is transient, it is not considered failed for the flight rule that would come into play with a 2 out. And then this other question, and it's really silly, but at this point, with the way the computers are right now, has there been any changes at all to how you want the crew to be packing stuff up for the return home or unpacking things? Has there been any kind of mission logistics impacts, just 5 failure modes down the way if you did end up having to leave early? Thanks.
Okay, that's an excellent question, and the easy answer is we have not changed any aspect of how we've been executing the mission as a result of the GPC failures. From a strategic perspective or from a tactical perspective with respect to the transfer, we are executing on plan. The only adjustment we've made is because we took about 30 minutes of the crew's sleep time last night to move the systems management machine to GPC-2. We gave them an additional 30 minutes to sleep and adjusted our plan to make everything fit in the box properly. Other than that, There's nothing that we've done differently and nothing that we anticipate doing differently unless, again, we see something that's more sinister. And so far, we haven't seen any evidence of that.
Any others here in Houston? Seeing none, a couple of NASA television programming notes. At 11:29 Central Time, 12:29 Eastern, President Barack Obama is scheduled to call station crew members. And at 1:30 p.m. Central Time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a replay of the crew news conference. An additional reminder, you can follow activities of the International Space Station and the Space Shuttle at www.nasa.gov. Thank you, Quatsi, and thank you all for coming.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Benjamin Chisholm.
I'm Jennifer Murphy. I'm Leah Pike.
We are the Power Resource Officers on the final shuttle mission.
And you're watching NASA TV.
This is Mission Control Houston. Welcome back to the Space Shuttle Flight Control Room as we continue our coverage of STS-135, the final Space Shuttle mission. Here inside the room, Rick LeBrode, the Orbit 2 flight director, and his team are continuing to watch over Atlantis' systems and work with the crew as they continue all this transfer work today on board the space station.
can walk, the sun is shining down. Burns my feet as they touch the ground. Good day, sunshine. 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 Good morning, guys. Wake up. And good luck on this, your last mission. Well done.
Good morning, Houston, and thank you for that message. People all around the world love Paul McCartney's music, and boy, he can rest assured that people all above the earth love his music too. So thank you for saying that. We really appreciate him taking time out of his busy schedule to send us a message. So good morning to all you too, Houston.
And good morning to you, Atlantis.
Atlantis ISS, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
We're ready for the event.
Atlantis ISS, please stand by for the White House.
Hi, please hold for the President.
Hello?
Hello, this is the International Space Station.
Well, this is President Obama. Who am I talking to?
Hello, Mr. President. You're talking to the Increment 28 crew and the crew of the Space Shuttle Atlantis.
Oh, that's funny, see, because I was just dialing out for pizza, and I didn't expect to end up in space.
Well, yes, sir. It's really an honor and a privilege that you took some time out of your busy day to meet with us.
Well, listen, it is wonderful to talk to you, and I appreciate you guys taking out the time from your mission. I always want to just let everybody know how personally proud I am of you and the amazing feats you guys are accomplishing in space. And I was here in the Oval Office watching you guys take off last Friday. We're all watching as the 10 of you work together as a team to conduct spacewalks and manage experiments and do all the things that are necessary to keep the space station humming. Your example, I think, means so much, not just to your fellow Americans, but also to your fellow citizens on Earth. And the space program has always embodied our sense of adventure and exploration and courage as you guys work in a really harsh environment. And I know that there have been thousands who've poured their hearts and souls into America's Space Shuttle program over the last 3 decades that are following this journey with special interest. And to them and all the men and women of NASA, I want to say thank you. You helped our country lead the space age, and you continue to inspire us. And Captain Ferguson, I realize that you're a veteran of previous flights, but it must be pretty special to be the commander on the last flight of the historic shuttle program.
Oh, absolutely, Mr. President. And just let me say, on behalf of all of the international partners aboard the International Space Station right now, we're all just absolutely honored and privileged to represent our home countries in this multinational effort. And to answer your question, sir, yes, it is an extreme pleasure to be just a part of this fine crew of 4 who will represent our country on the final space shuttle mission, scheduled for an undocking here in just a few days and a landing at Kennedy Space Center in a little less than a week.
Well, I understand that you guys are also doing some pretty important mission work up there. I understand there's something about an innovative robotic refueling mission demonstration.
Yes, Mr. President, we have a piece of equipment on board that has it's a technology demonstration unit for the special purpose dexterous manipulator to work to show and prove the technology to robotically and remotely service satellites. And we're hoping that with the work that we'll be able to do with the test bed here on Space Station, it'll lead us to further advance our robotics capabilities.
Well, that's terrific, and it's a good reminder of how NASA technology and research oftentimes has huge spillover effects into the commercial sector, and makes it all that much more important in terms of people's day-to-day lives. So I also understand that Atlantis brought a unique American flag up to the station, one that was flown on the very first shuttle mission, and one that will reside on the
Yes, sir.
ISS until American Commercial Space Company launches astronauts to the station.
Yes, Mr. President, we brought a flag that was flown on STS-1, and as a part of a special presentation, a little ceremony we're going to have before we undock from the International Space Station, we'll present that to the space station crew, and it'll hopefully maintain a position of honor until the next vehicle launched from U.S. soil brings U.S. astronauts up to dock with the space station.
And I understand it's going to be sort of like a capture the flag moment here for commercial space flight. So good luck to whoever grabs that flag.
Oh, that's an excellent point, sir. We sure hope to see some of our commercial partners climbing on board really soon. And I know there's a lot of competition out there. A lot of people are fervently working towards this goal to be the first one to send a commercial astronaut into orbit. And we look forward to seeing them here soon.
I also understand today marks an anniversary of sorts for us and our Russian colleagues. 36 years ago, we launched a U.S. Apollo spacecraft and a Soviet Union Soyuz capsule towards a rendezvous in space. And it's pretty exciting to know that American astronauts and Russian cosmonauts aren't just shaking hands 36 years later, but are working every day with partners from other nations to represent humankind coming together in space.
Yeah, Mr. President, and our crew is really international. Right now, here is representatives of 3 agencies, NASA, Roscosmos, and JAXA, and we're working as one family, actually, not as a crew. We are more than just part of or representatives of each country. We are one big family, and now those guys who appeared almost a week ago shared with us our brilliant International Space Station.
Well, it is a wonderful testimony to the human spirit, and you need to be like a family, because I'm assuming you have to share pretty cramped quarters in a bathroom. So, my wife and my daughters are always crowding me out. So, hopefully you guys have a more organized arrangement than we do.
Oh, absolutely, Mr. President. We actually have 3 bathrooms on board, and we have a gym. We have several bedrooms. It's probably one of the more spacious homes that there is outside of planet Earth.
Well, well, look. While this mission marks the final flight of the Space Shuttle program, it also ushers in an exciting new era to push the frontiers of space exploration and human space flight. You guys will continue to operate, or crew members like you will continue to operate the ISS in coming years and seek to use it to advance scientific research and technology development. I've tasked NASA with an ambitious new mission to develop the systems and kinds of space technologies that are going to be necessary to conduct exploration beyond Earth and ultimately sending humans to Mars, which is obviously no small feat, but I know we're going to be up to the task. So I just want to say how proud I am of all of you. Congratulations to NASA, to all our international partners, and all of the personnel past and present who've spent countless hours and untold effort in making the Space Shuttle and the International Space Station a unique part of our history. So accept my gratitude on this tremendous accomplishment, and Godspeed as you guys return home next week.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. And once again, on behalf of all the international partners on board, we're privileged that you took some time to speak with us today, and we're honored to represent everybody on the planet Earth. Thank you, sir.
You bet. Take care now.
Thank you, Mr. President. Atlantis ISS, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Morning, Atlantis crew. This is CBS News Radio at Kennedy Space Center. How do you hear us?
We have you loud and clear at the Kennedy Space Center.
Well, good morning, Commander Chris Ferguson, pilot Marine Colonel Doug Hurley. It's Peter King and Bill Harwood at KSC, and Bill's got our first question.
Well, it's just an obvious question right off the bat, guys. First of all, great to see you again. Yeah, I know you got GPC-4 back up and running. Can you give us some sense of how that's doing and your confidence that that guy's going to hang in there?
Well, it actually failed last night. I think it was about an hour and a half after we fell asleep. The alarm went off, and I think we all looked at each other and had that bright-eyed, sort of bushy-tailed look, and raced up to the flight deck. I'll tell you, the folks on the ground did a nice job helping us get through that. We brought up another GPC to help us out with the functions that 4 was performing, and we got it hopefully back up and running this morning. So it's hanging in there, and we're confident it's going to work for entry for us.
This is Peter, and you know everybody has asked every question under the sun about what it feels like to be flying this last mission. I'm just wondering, from both of you, does this feel any different than you expected it to, and if so, how?
Yeah, that's a good question, Peter. You know, for me, my last mission, my only mission, was STS-127 2JA. It was a 16-day mission. It was 5 EVAs, and I honestly think this one has been busier, which is which surprises me a little bit. And I, you know, the obvious reason is we have 3 less sets of hands to help out, and I think that for me is the biggest surprise.
And for you, Commander?
Well, I'll tell you, after getting back here, it's a very familiar environment. This is the 3rd time I've been here, and I'd have to say I agree with Doug to a certain extent. This has been incredibly busy. When there's a free moment, usually you can run over to the MPLM, our cargo module, and you can always find something to do. And even when there's nothing to do in the MPLM, we can go back to the closet, which is the permanent logistics module that they have here, and you can always help them reorganize here. So there is an awful lot of work left to do here, and the days, you know, it's been hard to believe. It's been almost a week since we launched, and the days are just clicking by. So we got a lot to do in the next few days, but we're looking forward to undocking, and especially that great view of the fly-around.
Commander, it's Bill Harwood again. You just brought a point up to me. I just got back from the Johnson Space Center, where I've been for several days, and I have to tell you, the mood there is, sober is probably putting it optimistically. I mean, it's pretty depressed. I think there's a feeling of abandonment, perhaps. It's not so much the end of shuttle, but the gap before there's going to be anything else. What do you have to say to those guys, all the folks who've trained you, have put these missions together over the years and made it happen, right here at the brink, at the very end?
You know, Bill, we were talking to a few folks with some of our commercial providers here at the Kennedy Space Center just a couple weeks before launch, and I was actually very encouraged to hear that there's some hardware for the Orion MPCV that's due for delivery at the Kennedy Space Center soon. You know, of course, we have our commercial folks at SpaceX and the other corporations working on plans as well. So I think that sobering attitude that you may sense is really just a prelude. You know, everybody realizes the shuttle program, everything they've worked on for the last 30 years is coming to a close. But, you know, by and large, we have something right behind it. And I think once we can finally get over the fact that the shuttle is gone and its day has come, I believe we'll begin to pick up the pieces, and everyone will see that we really do have some vibrant programs out there that we're working on. So I know it's tough, but, you know, it's kind of one of those wake-type things. You have to come to terms with the end before you can really put on a new beginning.
Commander Ferguson and pilot Doug Hurley, thank you so much for the answers this morning. Safe rest of the flight. We look forward to your safe return here to KSC in just under a week.
Thanks so much for spending time with us.
Atlantis ISS, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the CBS radio portion of the event. Please stand by for a voice check from KYW-TV.
Well, the Space Shuttle Atlantis is the final shuttle mission, and it's in orbit with the International Space Station right now.
And as you know, Shuttle Commander Chris Ferguson graduated from Archbishop Ryan High School and Drexel University. Chris and the shuttle's pilot, Doug Hurley, join us live now from the International Space Station to talk about the mission and how it's going. Gentlemen, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning to all our
Can you
folks
hear
in
us, Chris?
Philadelphia. How you doing?
There you go. Not bad.
Doing fantastic. Please assess the mission thus far, how it's going, everything going to plan. So great to see the two of you.
Oh, absolutely. We've had a great time up here. From the last that the ground control folks told us, we're well ahead in what we call transfer, the very act of getting all of our cargo, the 10,000 pounds of food and supplies that we brought up to sustain the International Space Station. We're well ahead in transferring that over, so I'm happy. We've had some minor glitches with our general purpose computers, but we're recovering from them as well. So, you know, if I had to summarize, I think the mission's going really well.
Hey, gentlemen, when the shuttle lands and this thing is all over, what's the next step in space exploration, and what do you think and what do you want your roles to be in it in the future?
Well, there's a lot going on. You know, we're going to continue to man the International Space Station at least for the next decade. So we've got folks training and working there. So there's an opportunity to fly again in space doing that. We've also got our Orion MPCV crew vehicle that we're working on at NASA. We've got commercial providers eventually working on commercial transportation to and from the International Space Station. And, you know, I think Chris and I just, you know, we would like to contribute wherever we can. We love the space business. You know, we've flown our entire lives, and we'd like to continue supporting that if we can.
Before we go, I know, of course, we've all said that you've graduated Archbishop Ryan High School, Drexel University, and when it comes to those two schools and your family, how did that moment, those moments back then, prepare you for what's going on right now, being a Philly guy?
I got a wonderful education there in Philadelphia. That's where I developed a love of science and math. Drexel University, and actually I have a little piece of the Fells Planetarium from the Franklin Institute on board. So all places I loved to spend time when I was a child, and developed, like I said, a love of flying and a love of math and science. So it's a great city for technology, and I miss it a lot.
Oh, gentlemen, we thank you so much for your efforts and your contributions to the space program, to you and the team and the rest of everyone up there. Continued success, and keep those Yankees-Phillies conversations to a minimum. We'll see you when you get back down on terra firma. Right. Take care. Godspeed. Take care.
Take care. Godspeed. Take care.
Have a great day.
Atlanta Station, this is the Associated Press. How do you hear me?
We have you loud and clear aboard the International Space Station.
Well, good morning. Talking to you from the Kennedy Space Center today. My first question for you, Commander, I'm wondering how unsettling was it to be awakened by the alarms last night, and how worried are you about the general state of the computers, considering this is the second such failure?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You know, of course, the alarm went off about an hour or so after we fell asleep, and I think that's when you're in your deepest state of sleep. So we all woke up and looked at one another, and you know, we're wondering really what was going on. But we were up in the flight deck in no time, and I'll tell you, the ground support team on the ground there, you know, the Orbit 3 shift, who usually works while we're sleeping, they were all over the problem, and they had us put some corrective action, and we were back in bed in probably about a half hour or so. And then this morning, we again, working with our ground control folks in Houston, got that general purpose computer up and running. So we're very optimistic it's going to work for entry. Of course, we had an earlier problem with one of our GPCs as well. So we're doing well here, and I'm confident everything's going to look good when we undock in a couple days.
I'm wondering, I know there are several more days left in your flight, but so far, if you each had to choose, what is the one highlight of your mission, the memory that you're going to take back with you and keep forever?
Well, I actually have two. The first would be the EVA we did the other day, where Sandy and I were running the space station robotic arm from the cupola, and to have both Mike and Ron fly right out in front of us, you know, within feet. You know, it really seemed like it was out of a science fiction movie. You know, you could see the expression on their faces as they're riding the arm wherever they were going. And it was just, you know, it's kind of seared into my memory. And then the other one actually happened last night. We were flying west of Australia, kind of at the bottom of our orbit, and saw an incredible southern lights aurora, and it was the best one I've seen in my 2 space flights, and it was just unbelievable, the view we had out the cupola.
I'll share my personal moment, and it was the same one I had on my last flight. As we rendezvous with the space station, you approach it from below, and you pause there to do the rotation maneuver, and it's just that moment as you're poised there beneath this incredibly mammoth space station, and it really is. It's just a feeling of awe, and you're humbled by what humans can create when they work together to do things in space. It's an incredibly memorable moment, and I will never, ever duplicate it or forget it.
Well, thank you very much, both of you. Godspeed to you and your crew, and Godspeed to Space Shuttle Atlantis.
Atlantis, ISS, this is Irene Klotz with Reuters. I understand you're going to be speaking with President Obama later today. If he asks you what you think he needs to do to keep the space program relevant in people's lives, what would you tell him and why?
Well, I think probably number one on the list would be the source of inspiration that doing amazing things up in space provides for young men and women. I became involved in the space program because I remember watching Neil Armstrong walk on the moon in 1969, and it was just through following the Apollo program and the Gemini program that I developed just a keen interest in science and math and flight. And it propelled me on a career that took me through naval aviation and then on to the space program. So if for no other reason, we need to inspire generations that will follow us to do wonderful things like this. And plus, we need to explore. We're explorers by nature. We need to leave low Earth orbit again and go back to the moon or an asteroid or Mars. We need to have a destination. It's in our destiny.
Thank you. For Sandy, can you paint us a little word picture of what the ISS looks like with all the stuff you've brought floating around there and the rooting around to find the old equipment to come back home?
In a word, it's crowded up here. Almost every module has these white, we call them cargo transfer bags or CTBs. They're stuck with bungees to the front of panels. The PMM, which is the permanent stowage module that was brought up a couple flights ago, if you look in through the hatch, the PMM, all you will see are white bags stuck to walls because there's not enough space for some of the things that we brought up to go behind the racks or behind or inside the stowage area. So it's sort of a sea of white bags floating around, and we're hoping to help straighten it up a little bit before we leave.
Thank you. For Rex, about a week and a half before you launched, the first module of China's space station reached the launch site. If they're able to get it into orbit and to staff it, don't you think it'd be kind of weird to ignore them in orbit?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I think in space is one of the biggest international brotherhoods they have. You know, here we are, a crew of different countries. We have, American astronauts and Russian astronauts and Japanese astronauts. We all work together as one big team. We work together, we solve problems together, we laugh together, we eat together. It is the best example of international cooperation I know of, and it's at the working level, and I think that kind of works its way up to other parts of the country. So China being in space, I think, is a great thing. I think the more nations that get in space, the better cooperation we'll have with each other.
Thank you. For Doug, how comfortable are you that the ISS is going to be the U.S. human spaceflight program for the next decade or so?
Oh, completely. We've got some great folks that work in the International Space Station program, and there's been just extensive planning to get the station in this posture for the next decade. We've got several automated vehicles that can resupply. We've got commercial providers that are going to be coming online in a year or so to provide cargo as well, and eventually crew support taking us back and forth. So the ISS is in great hands. It's a great crew on board, and the future couldn't look any brighter.
Thanks. Also for you, I was just wondering if you were surprised that you launched on the first try, considering the weather at KSC and then that last-minute glitch with the O2 vent arm.
Yeah, I had thought I had brought my 127 Karma along with me there for a few, when we walked out and, while we were strapping in, and we were getting updates while we were laying on our backs, and then we got the go, and then the next thing happened at 31 seconds, so I was thinking, oh no. But it just worked out so good. We couldn't be happier. It was great for our family, our friends, and all the guests, and then the, I guess, close to 1 million people that were watching us. So it's always great to launch on the first try, and I'm glad to finally be able to say I did that.
Hello, Johnson Space Center. We have you loud and clear on the International Space Station.
Good morning. This is Eric Berger with Houston Chronicle. Congratulations on such a great mission so far. There's been a lot of talk about last during this flight, and I want to ask about a first. Specifically, do any of the crew members of Atlantis plan to stick around with NASA to fly in the MPCV, or is that something that is a bit too far in the future? Thank you.
Well, I think if you asked any one of us, we would love a shot at flying another vehicle. So definitely, and we've got opportunities prior to that. We've got multiple flights to the International Space Station. We're going to crew this beautiful complex for the next 10 years plus. So there's plenty of opportunities to fly, and I don't see any reason why not stay and see what happens. It's a real bright future.
Good morning, Ted Oberg from Channel 13 here in Houston. Great to talk with you guys. I'm curious, what have you done in your downtime on this mission to make sure that you capture some of these last moments? What things have you made sure you saw out the windows or done with the shuttle? Tell us a little bit about how you've spent your downtime.
Well, for me, I had a chance to look out the cupola, which is a great window, and we can see the aurora australis, the southern lights. We all kind of crowded around and got to see that, and just savoring every minute of floating in space. And then once in a while, when you're on Atlantis, at the end of the day, you kind of look around the middeck and think of all the guys and women who were there before you and who had a part in the space program, and you think, wow, this is the last flight. So it does cross your mind once in a while.
Good morning. This is John Donnelly with Fox 26 here in Houston also, and I'm passing along a question from one of our viewers. She wants to know, what will the astronauts be able to take from the last trip, and will you have a job when you get back on Earth?
Oh, absolutely. Johnson Space Center, although we're reaching the end of the Space Shuttle program, is still a vibrant place to work. There'll be a transitional period here as we hand over a lot of the responsibilities for going to low Earth orbit to our commercial providers. But this is an opportunity for us to look beyond low Earth orbit and perhaps back to the moon or to an asteroid where we'd like to travel to soon. So there'll be plenty of work in the Houston area.
Gina Sinceri, ABC News for Mike Fossum. Mike, we thought we heard you trying to whistle before your spacewalk on Tuesday. Tell me a little bit about that and why you couldn't whistle. And then when you're done, I'd like you to whistle a tune for me.
I'll pass the second half of your question to my spacewalk buddy, Ron Guerin. Ron and I were both doing a little whistling in the airlock. It's just one of the strange phenomena where as the pressure is dropping in the airlock, our suit is just, a little over 4 pounds of pressure. And once this air pressure inside the airlock goes down to zero, then your overall pressure is down low. And I think it has to do with the density of the air, but I really can't explain a lot about probably the resonant frequency of the cavity of your mouth as you're blowing the air through it like that. And so it's kind of interesting. We can all whistle, normal, and Ron will do the tune. But as it's one of the things that you can physically use to just take a look and appreciate the fact that things are changing. You can feel the air that you're breathing in is different. It's a lower density, and you can tell that. We have a card, kind of a procedure card in the airlock, and you can wave that back and forth. And as you do, you can feel less resistance on it. as the air pressure is dropping. The whistling is just something else to have a little fun with while you try not to think about what's going on.
Okay. Now Ron's got a whistle.
Atlantis ISS, this is Kennedy Space Center PAO. How do you hear me?
Hello, Kennedy Space Center. We have you loud and clear.
Hello, Kennedy Space Center. We have you loud and clear.
Magazine. I was wondering if you could highlight some of the scientific experiments that you're working on the International Space Station that you think will particularly inspire the public back here on Earth.
Well, that's an excellent question. You know, we've had a permanent human presence on the International Space Station for over a decade now, and over that time we've conducted over 600 scientific experiments. And you know, one of the things that we're trying to do is to see how humans can go further in exploration, go beyond Earth orbit, explore our solar system. But nearly all of the experiments that we conduct have a direct application on Earth, from growing crops better to making new materials, new medicines. We had some very significant research in the development of a vaccine for salmonella, studying our Earth, learning how learning about the human impact on the environment, how the inner core of the Earth works, and possibly lead to better ways to predict earthquakes, better automobile safety, better energy efficiency, fuel efficiency. So the list goes on and on and on. It's just amazing, the research that's being conducted up here, and that's because this is a very, very unique environment. The research that's being conducted up here simply cannot be done anywhere else in the world, and so that's why this is such an important research facility, and this is really a global asset, the International Space Station.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press, with another question for Commander Ferguson. Back in Houston, you described for me the overwhelming sensation that shuttle crews get when they pause at the base of the pad on launch day and look up at the ship. I'm wondering, can you tell me what that moment was like for you last Friday when you looked up at Atlantis, knowing that's the last shuttle launch?
Well, I'll tell you, Marcia, it is that is one trip that every shuttle crew has to make, and I think I speak for everyone who has ever flown on a space shuttle to stand there poised at the bottom of a living, breathing vehicle, and it's literally raining off the side of the external tank because of the condensation that forms from the extremely cold cryogenic fuels. It's wheezing, it's hissing, it's moaning. You look up at it, and I remember my first commander looked at me and he said, "Do you believe they're going to let us take this thing into space?" And with every subsequent crew I've been on, I've tried to share that same reflection with my crew. It's incredibly awe-inspiring, and just like the pictures that you see the next day in the photograph, it's just incredibly surreal to stand there and look up at it and know that in a matter of hours it's going to be orbiting the Earth.
Hi, it's James Dean from Florida Today. Another question for Ron. This is the last time, I guess, in a very long time, we'll see a crowd this big on the station. Although you'll continue to fly there for many years to come, will it seem a little bit smaller, a little less fun, perhaps, when you don't get these occasional visitors?
Well, I think it will seem a little bit smaller, actually, because you know, all the tons of cargo that have arrived from Atlantis have filled this place up, so there's a lot less room for us humans. So, but that is really, really important, because you know, we are outfitting this station to function for the rest of the decade, and Atlantis has really set us on the pace for doing that. So, and we're going to miss these guys a lot. It's been really wonderful having them up here. It is nice to have visitors, and especially great visitors like these guys are. And you know, it'll be sad when that stops. But you know, we're going to continue on. This place is amazing, and it's going to continue to function, continue to be utilized in great part because of the great mission so far that these guys have conducted.
Hi, it's Bill Harwood, CBS News, with a question for, I think, Sergei Volkov, if I could. Sergei, you've heard the U.S. reporters ask U.S. astronauts about the end of the shuttle and what might come next. What do the Russians think about that when you guys talk about it, the end of the shuttle and this gap that's coming up and NASA's reliance on Russia for transportation? What do you guys think about that? Thanks.
For us, it's also very sad that no more shuttles will appear on board the station, because thanks to this brilliant machine, we were able to build this station so big and ready to have 6-person crew. Of course, we would like to continue to fly with our friends, and Soyuz are ready to continue this exploration of space and low orbits.
Atlantis ISS, this is NASA headquarters PAO. How do you read me?
We have you loud and clear on the International Space Station.
Hi, Suzanne Presto from VOA. Ron, can you tell us a bit more about your science activities on station, particularly any experiments you've been working on that will be coming back down on shuttle? Thank you.
Well, that would take a long time to answer. We have been doing a lot of science on board, and as far as I know, I think the only there's a lot of human research where we're kind of the subjects, and there's a lot of that science that's going to go down on the shuttle. We also have some spiders on board right now that are being studied, and they are going down on the shuttle as well. But we've been conducting experiments, fluid experiments, protein crystal growth experiments, plant growth experiments, experiments with the human body and the function of the human body, looking at things like how to combat osteoporosis. So there's quite a bit of science going on board. Combustion science we've been doing as well. So we are at the beginning of full utilization of this amazing research facility.
Atlantis ISS, this is Marshall Space Flight Center PAO. How do you hear me?
We have you loud and clear.
Right.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ricky Klaus from WHNT News 19, and I wanted to ask, much of the world was watching as you guys skyrocketed into space, excited, loving to see you. What was going through your heads when that was happening?
Well, there's a lot of emotions going through your mind. A space shuttle launch is a very interesting experience. It's kind of like the year prior to the launch, you're preparing for the Super Bowl, but you don't know exactly what day the Super Bowl is. So you get all prepared, and even on the day of your scheduled launch, you're looking at the weather, thinking, are we going to go? Aren't we going to go? And on this launch, it was no different. We had a 70% chance of not going, but we got to prepare as if we're going. And you walk out there and you look at this amazing vehicle on the launch pad, and you just nothing comes to your mind but wow. And you get up there and strap in, and you're still waiting, and you never know for sure whether you're going until at the last second, because we had a hold at 31 seconds, and we're going, oh no, now what? And the funny thing about that is they picked up the count, and all of a sudden it was like ready, set, go, and bam, we were off to the races, and we were getting shot off the planet, and it was just absolutely amazing. So the whole ride up, you're big, wide-eyed, and just experiencing all the thrill of the G's, and also the incredible sights and sounds you hear.
My name is Monica Ricks. I'm with WAFF out of the Rocket City. And Sandy, I've been admiring your hair all morning. And this question is for you, too. This is your second time up at the ISS. Tell me the changes that have gone through the space station and how it looks now. And also, you've got 6 days left before, some crew members leave. Is there anything you want to do before you fly back?
Well, certainly the space station feels a lot like home. The minute we opened the hatch, I felt like I'd never left. But in the meantime, since I'd been here 2 years ago, several new modules have arrived. The most enjoyable one of which is the cupola, which is this very nice windowed module that we can see these spectacular views of the Earth. So almost after a couple hours after we docked and we had a break, we all ran up to the cupola to see the view from there. So the station, it's the same, but yet it's different in some ways. A lot of the operations still the same. These guys are taking great care of it. As far as the remaining time of the mission, we're going to finish out our transfer, and hopefully we'll get that done a little bit early, and we'll have some time to spend in the cupola and at some of the other windows and just with our station colleagues and share some memories before we have to leave.
Good morning. This is Matt Bigler, KCBS Radio, and this is a question for Rex or whoever would like to field it. And we're speaking to you from Silicon Valley, the home of Google and Facebook and things like social media and the iPhone. And my question is, what effect do you think that some of these high-tech innovations have had on America's interest in space travel and our ability to explore the final frontier?
Well, I think that technology it has an inherent interest, and people just take an inherent interest in it. And I think Silicon Valley is the genesis of a lot of the technology we use here on the space station. So I really do think it plays a very important role from inspiring grade school kids to actually providing the science that we need to do our research here. And I think that's going to always keep people curious, and curiosity is a very important thing that you need to be able to develop a space program and then develop a good research program that can really pay incredible dividends here in space.
Houston, that's beautiful. This has got to be one of the most proud moments of my life, I guarantee you.